Good evening, everybody. Today is Friday, January 21st at 6 p.m. We're here for a work session of the Coppell City Council. I'm calling the meeting to order, and the first item on our agenda is citizens' appearance. Miss Ashley, do we have anybody signed up? Do we have anybody that would like to talk? Okay. So I'd like to welcome everybody tonight. We've got a pretty full agenda tonight and tomorrow. This is really kicking off our 2023 year, and it's hard to say that right now, but we're really talking about next year. This is a lot of things that we're going to talk about, and we're going to start it off with our kind of seeing where we started with our Vision 2040 plan. And to do that, Mr. Randy Pennington is going to walk us through that. So, Randy.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, and staff. Good to see you all. Thanks for letting me be with you today and tonight and tomorrow. Let's talk a little, before we get into the material, let's talk about the agenda for just a moment. I was thinking this morning, this happens to be one of my very favorite quotes from General Dwight Eisenhower, who said that plans are worthless, but planning is everything. And if there's anything that we've learned over the last year and a half, is that environment changes pretty quickly as we do our work. Yet the process of planning is important because it sets priorities, it provides a sense of direction, it lets you know what's important, so that if you have to change, you're always making sure that the important things, the truly important ones, continue. Now, Eisenhower also said this really about going into battle, because he says once you're on the battlefield, then the environment changes, circumstances change all the time. But the fact that you've done the work of understanding what's important helps you make better decisions in the moment. So to go back to what the mayor just talked about, this does set off your early days of moving towards the budget that will go into effect in October of this year. And it's hard to think that that's going to happen, that we're already talking about that. But the priorities and the guidance you give over the next 2 days will help the staff as they come back and put budget documents into place, which then by the time you get to late spring, summertime period, you'll be able to go through that information and actually determine how you want to spend your money, where you want to put your resources, and where the energy focuses. I say that to say this. Many of the conversations that we have today and tomorrow, things may not look the same by the time you get to May. You're going to be looking at preliminary numbers, you're going to be looking at preliminary thinking. Just realize that we're trying to get your input early in this process. We're not making decisions at this retreat, but we are providing direction and guidance. Nobody's going to vote. There's nothing on the agenda to vote for throughout this. But we do want your input. If I hear an idea, I will just sort of say, give me an idea, yay or nay, thumbs up, thumbs down, nod yes, nod no, just to give me an idea and to help the staff understand sort of what the thinking is. Thank you very much. I will move back here. But there won't be a formal vote along the way. Fair enough? So, some deliverables. To make sure that our time is focused. Really 3 big things. 1, guidance on the critical issues and priorities. To include the budget planning, that we're going to influence the budget planning for the year. Second is key issues facing the community. You all gave me some feedback. I will be sharing that with you a little later on, but we want to make sure that you provide some guidance on some of the really important issues that you brought up that you wanted to discuss, like homestead exemptions and other types of exemptions. We'll have a chance to focus on those kind of guidance. And then also for you to have a chance among yourselves to discuss what's important for you as you think about the community. I'll show you this tomorrow to make sure that we've done this. But let me first ask the question. If at the end of the day tomorrow you step back and look at your time and say, you've had a chance to weigh in on these issues, will your time be worthwhile? This would be a good time to practice the nodding up and yes, good. So, some ground rules and logistics for the day. I will stop at probably about halfway through the evening. The plan is to be done this evening around 8:30 p.m. Sometime about halfway through, I'll stop and say, would you all like to take a break? Now, in the meantime, if you need to take a break before we get to that stopping point, please help yourself. We understand. We're not going to stop. And we're not going to stop unless enough of you take a break that we no longer have a quorum, in which case we're done, all right? We're on break at that point. But I don't think that will happen. But if you need to take a break, please do so. Stop and ask questions. As we're presenting, I know the staff is going to be doing some presentations this evening. We'll let them get through the main pieces of their presentation before we stop and start asking questions, but there will be an opportunity for question and discussion at every piece, every step. And you all been to these things enough. You understand the ground rules. Play nice in the sandbox with each other. Don't dominate the conversation. All those things that we know how to do. Fair enough? This happens to be one of my very favorite jokes of all time. What does a snail say when riding on the back of a tortoise? That's a good joke, isn't it? You can even use that one, Kevin. But the fact is that perspective matters. And I want to remind everyone of that as we go through today and tomorrow, that each of you bring a very unique and important perspective to the work of the city. Now, in some respects, you as a council are amateurs managing a group of professions. And I say that with all respect. No one here really knows how all the equipment in the back of an ambulance works, I'm pretty sure. You're all pretty smart. We can probably all clean our own drain, but I don't know that we would trust any of us to go climb down a hole to clear a sewer line. So there are many of the things that we talk about as a city that we are not the experts on, except for this. And this is probably the most important piece. You are the experts in understanding what the will and direction of the city needs to be. And you can't underestimate that. While you may not know how to do everything that a staff member does, you do have that unique voice, and that perspective that you were all elected to bring is extremely important. So, before we move forward, any questions before we move forward? Good. So we're ahead. We allotted like 15 minutes for this opening piece. We did it in 10. So in other words, we're moving quick. If you're keeping score, realize that can be used either to be done tonight early or to add to other parts of the conversation. That's going to be up to you. But either way, my job is to move you toward 8:30 and keep you between the ditches, so to speak. Fair enough? So let's jump right into it. We're going to start with a discussion regarding the Vision 2040 and an update on the work plan. Tracy, take it away.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am going to attempt to conquer technology by sharing my screen. Hang on, I'm sorry. Zoom. Where am I? Where'd I go? The scoreboard's not looking good right now. The 5 minutes you all just earned, I am taking back. What? Oh, share screen. Thank you. Here we go. All right, let me try that.
We're ahead of schedule, so it's like we have a little break.
I know. I feel like I should be better at that, seeing as how we've been doing this for. Okay, now. Okay, so my name is Tracy Leach. I am excited tonight to walk through just some really quick highlights of the annual work plan that was developed as a result of the prioritization exercise that you as the council went through this past year. So essentially what we do is we take the priorities that are the result of that exercise each year. We, as the leadership team, take all that information. We meet during a retreat. We meet with our staffs, and we start brainstorming the ideas around implementation about what each of the action items might look like to move forward with each one of the goals that are identified as the priority for this upcoming year in terms of emphasis in those resources that we're dedicating towards each one of those. And so every one of the goals that are listed under the pillars that are in your packet on this document, those represent each of the priorities that were identified last year at this time. And so we are now three and a half-ish months into the new fiscal year. And so our work on this work plan for this year really has just begun. And I want to highlight just a few of these and then open it up for any questions that you all may have as council. We would be here for a really long time if we took a moment to go through each one of these, but I'm happy to answer what I can on anything that you might have questions on. So the first one I want to highlight is around the pillar number 1 and establishing Coppell as a laboratory of learning. And the first work plan item around that is continuing to work with our educational entities on city-related projects. And so if you'll recall, last year we had a joint project with the students at New Tech for our water meter project, which was really awesome. And so we have now this year, we are partnering with New Tech again on a job shadowing and mentoring program that they have. And so essentially what that is for kind of our city management team and folks in our accounting and some engineering. So it really focuses on some of the interests of the students, and you can sign up to have the students come shadow you for a couple days. And I think it's like 10 hours, right? And so we have a number of folks in our finance department who have already started that process with the mentoring. And so we're excited about that. I know we got that opportunity through our library with the teen volunteers there. So we are underway with that work plan item. We are, if you look at pillar 3 and pillar 4, you'll notice that we've got, actually pillar 4, we've got 3 of 4 goals that were identified as a priority. And so in terms of, which pillar did council identify that was very important, that's one of the pillars that's most important. And you will hear later tonight some of the work of the Ford board related to the senior housing and the over 55, the aging in place recommendations from that board. So we're pleased with where we are there. You'll also notice on pillar 5, pretty much all 4 goals were identified as a priority under that pillar. And so we have quite a bit of work that's being done related to helping our business community. A lot of that is a result of the challenges that we've faced related to COVID. So if you think back to this time last year, the businesses were really struggling, and we were really looking for ways that we can help our community, our business community in particular, work through that challenge. So a lot of what we see here is really kind of driven by what that experience was. And then I want to bring your attention, actually. So today, if you look down at pillar number 7, and we're talking about the building a backbone for our smart operating systems for all resource management. One of our action items there is around implementation of our enterprise asset management. And that is phase 3 of our multi-phase enterprise, our ERP transition. And so that actually went live today. And so we're very excited that we've got that underway. That's for our public works, our phase 2 of that project. We'll be rolling in some of our additional departments, so our parks, facilities for the work orders and asset tracking and all of that stuff. And phase 2 of that phase 2 of phase 3 will roll out later this summer. So we're really excited about where we are on that one as well. So those are the ones I wanted to highlight for you tonight. If you all have any specific questions on anything you're seeing here, I'm happy to try to answer those. And then if we need to follow up, I'll be happy to follow up with the teams who are working on that individual item. But as you'll notice, this is all kind of with an eye towards the end of this current fiscal year. So everything that you see here will have updates for you on where we are. Most of those will be done by the end of the fiscal year. So yeah, at that point, I'll entertain any questions.
So this is a little bit off, but when, like, I'm looking at pillar 2, and there's a couple of them there that are complete.
Yes.
But this is really a long-range plan. So what do we do when we complete one of those? Do you find another one and just slide it in for the next couple of years? How do we keep refreshing this list?
Well, this list ends up, it depends on really which item we're talking about. So for example, the development of the Youth Allies program, the feasibility, because that's the one that's marked as complete. For that specific work plan item, it really was tied to some of the conversations that we were having internally around our human resources department and how we could help facilitate and provide some of those community services through the reimagination of our human resources team. And so as we've kind of gotten to a place where we understand what our internal department's going to be, we've come to a conclusion there on that particular item. But for a number of these, if we've completed, for example, a planning phase of a project, that does end up rolling into a future year as we continue to work through the actual implementation of some of those projects. Does that make sense? I mean, really, it's just dependent on kind of which item we're referencing there, because some of those are a finite, you do them and we're done. For example, the citizen survey, once we complete that in the spring, there won't be anything that we add to the work plan to supplement that item.
Yeah, that's true, but then there's a lot of them on this one particular one that can be ongoing for the next 20 years, like
Yes.
civic engagement training, cultivating and creating new community partnerships, volunteer management.
Yes.
You know, those are indefinite.
Well, and some of that from our perspective is about who internally manages those functions. So not necessarily we have a finite endpoint for those services, so much as how can we help manage that internally better.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Let me ask a question. Do you, as things are developed, my guess is it becomes just part of the ongoing, someone's responsibility, it's ongoing. It might not show up on here, but there could be a subsequent activity that continues.
Correct.
Forever.
Certainly, depending on what that is, yes.
Hey, Tracy, so, and maybe others have input on this, but when you look at this list, or when I look at this list, these are the priorities, but you know, everything can't be a priority. If everything's a priority, then nothing's a priority, right? I mean, so like if I look at pillar 5 and there's 4 things on here, when does it, or how do you know when it becomes, there are too many things that are a priority? Does that make sense? I mean, when are there too many items that are on the list to actually effectively prioritize? I mean, is that-
Yeah, well, that's a great question. Generally, as we go through the prioritization process at the council level, we kind of take the top 10. So we kind of limit how many we're really going to tackle in any given year in terms of the number of goals, knowing that there will be a number of work plan items kind of wrapped around potentially each one of those goals. But we do try to at least hit the highest rated goal for every pillar, so that we're focusing on the entire plan, but that we're not so overwhelmed with everything, because those ratings are relative, very similar to what we talked about with ARP. The ratings are relative. It doesn't mean that if we rate something 1, that we're never going to work on that ever again. It just means that in terms of the finite resources, we know that we're going to push more resources towards the things that are identified as 7s.
Okay, well, that makes sense. And I was sort of thinking about it because I knew we're going to discuss this coming year later, and just like, when do you know?
Right.
When you know you got to cut off what we're going to look at. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Tracy, presentation's great. Thank you. On Pillar 3, enhancing the unique community oasis experience, I see implementing a neighborhood sign topper program. I've seen that on the work program for a while, and I see that we're talking about kicking it off with Old Town.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So is Old Town like just a tester for that, and what that looks like, and what are the criteria for a neighborhood to adopt the sign topper program? Because I think that's an interesting thing to explore.
Yes, so I'm glad you asked about that, because I actually have a rendering that I brought just in case. So we've got the existing Old Town logo, right? So and this is for the entire Old Town area, so not just the Main Street component to what we consider Old Town. And so we were fortunate in this instance where we already had a logo, and we already knew kind of what the limits were on where the key entry points were. And so what we will end up doing kind of in this upcoming year is working with our HOAs, kind of as part of the neighborhood integrity program, right? And so working with our HOAs to identify what you want that to look like, where do you want them, the entire process. So we have a budget set aside to help offset some of the costs for those. So that's really the plan for how that would unfold as we move forward with other neighborhoods in the community.
And you touched on something too that I was going to ask about. So as far as financing the sign toppers and stuff, is that going to be something that maybe the HOAs are going to, they'll decide they want to fund it and, populate their street signs with it, and that would be the main mechanism. But obviously you just said that there's some supplemental funding.
We do have some supplemental funding to help with some of that, yeah,
Okay.
to kind of kick that off. Right?
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. Oh, should stop sharing. Did that already? No.
So the next item on the agenda is the overview of the Smart City Board and the Ford Task Force. And hang on just a second while we pull up the next presentation. Yeah, Tracy, you have that next one, right?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. So, anyone here have a joke? You know how to tap dance. You do? But it's hard to do tap dance. But you can.
My apologies.
That's okay.
I've accidentally closed Zoom.
Some of you will be, some of you will remember when we didn't have Zoom. Okay, take it away.
All right. So what we're looking for, and I'm going to speak specifically for the smart board. So just real quick history, 2 years of work. Year one, the first presentation was really to outline the portfolio and the whole way we were going to tackle making recommendations to the council. So year two comes along and we made several recommendations on 2 of our portfolios within the smart board. And what we're looking for is for you guys to basically tell us if you're in support of these recommendations. And then from there, I'll take it away and I'll go do my thing and find out what it's going to take to do those things. So here we go. So smart board, here are the 4 recommendations. You guys have seen it in the packet, but it's basically establish a program, bring all existing future city-owned property infrastructure to green building certification standards. We didn't identify a specific standard that we're looking for. It's pretty vague, but we can, if you're in support, we will go find what makes sense, what is feasible compared to what we're already doing with our facilities department. And then, of course, create education program, provide incentives for implementing sustainable and resilient improvements. Again, this is one we will go, we would continue doing education because we already do some education in this space, but we bring you up to speed on what we're doing from a incentive opportunity perspective. The next one is the 2024 obtain an expert assessment of our network and power infrastructure to review investments necessary for 2040 and beyond. This is where the smart board was looking to say we need an expert to help us understand what the infrastructure needs to be for 2040. So today, predominantly it's fiber, but as 5G comes along and then 6G and 15G comes up, is that where we need to focus our attention? So in this scenario, the recommendation is to hire a consultant to come help us evaluate what we would need to do there. And then I think you'll probably see a pattern with each one of these portfolios where we do an education program associated to the portfolio. So again, this is create an education program and provide incentives for implementing smart programs for connecting homes, businesses in the categories of health and safety and city services. And so education and things of that nature will continue because we do these things. But as the connected homes and connected businesses grows in the world that we're in, what are the incentives we're going to need to do to help citizens make that decision to connect with us, basically. So that's it. Happy to answer any questions.
Stop and to remind council again, what we're looking for specifically with this is an indication from you, are you ready for this to take the next step, which means coming back and filling in some of the blanks, laying out the plan to be able to do this, and then bringing it back to you as those plans develop and move forward.
Kevin?
I'll stab at it. I will say, just for me personally, on portfolio 2, the second one, the education programs and providing incentives, I think is right. And then both on portfolio 5, the one I struggle with is the first one on number 2. I mean, it obviously makes sense that we need to, the green building certification standards. I understand, I think, where the Smart Cities Board is coming from. I guess I struggle a little bit with, what do our current, what does our current building infrastructure look like? Where are they in that process? Or what kind of funds would be required? And I understand that, we would obviously need to take a high level look at that before we dove in, and spent a lot of money. But that my only concern is that what does our current infrastructure look like? What do our current building assets look like? And I guess where are we? I would like more information before I know if I want to go all in on that. But I mean, I definitely get it when, having some sort of standard, but like, where are we? I think is the big question I have.
Yeah, it's a great question. And and I think that's exactly what the Smart Board was thinking as well. We don't necessarily know, because we have a couple buildings that fall under LEED certification, right? But are we maintaining that, and are we doing that on that same approach across all of our facilities? What I can say is our facilities, we've got a great facilities department. They do great work. They've done a lot of things to improve our facilities. But there isn't a specific standard that all the buildings are held to. And so I think that was the conversation really was, well, we should just have a base level. We don't know what that is. Well, you need to talk to people in that world to help us understand, if it makes sense. And so that was going to be my homework. So if you guys are on board with that, I'm going to go have those conversations, find out more information about what standard makes sense. Does Coppell need to create their own standard? I mean, what is it? What do we need to do, right? And then from that perspective, how I would look at it, knowing that we've got buildings that have, from the 80s to just recently built, we would have lots of different things that we would need to do across the board. And so I'm sure that would be a phased approach. We would talk about funding. All those things will come. I think really the focus for us was, for the board, and they're here being represented tonight. The thought was, if we could really go out and just figure out what that base level is, to make sure that we're doing all that we can do as a city to make sure our facilities are be sustainable and meeting all the, reduce our impact, if you will. So, yeah.
Brianna?
So I'm going to comment on each one of them just real quick. I'm always in favor of just any green initiatives. I think that's important. But correct me if I'm wrong, I thought we had a team already as part of the city that was doing some of this. I knew they were at one point. I know Crystal is heavily involved in others, and then I don't know where that's at right now, but want to make sure there's no duplication of effort.
Yes, and yes, I actually was on that committee as well. Yes. So yes, we do have what we used to call the green team is now Eco Coppell. And that team is doing a lot of different things, and they have most recently they did a recycling program where they brought additional recycling bins throughout our facilities. So they're doing small projects, but I look at this would be a little bit a deeper dive into the facilities, where we would probably look at energy consumption, water usage, all of those types of things that are required for that level of sustainability.
Okay. And that's helpful to understand kind of how we build on what we're already doing, right? Not duplicating efforts, but looking more, like you said, at the infrastructure piece.
Right.
Okay, I do like that one. Okay, let's go to the next one. So if I were to kind of rank these in priority, like the one that I think is really key is the one that by 2024, obtain an expert assessment of our network and power infrastructure. I think that one, if that can be accelerated to 2023, I don't even know if that's possible, but because I don't know what that entails, but I think we could get an assessment way before 2024 to really figure out where we're at. I think of that as feeding into, on the smart board, as like understanding just the connectivity across the board for our citizens before we kind of get into the specifics of like the homes and businesses on the next one.
Right.
Because I'm hoping that assessment provides us more of a blueprint of where do we then tackle like low-hanging fruit before we try to encompass everything, right?
Yep.
So those are just kind of my general comments. I really like them. All of this, I think these are all great priorities that have been brought out or recommendations by the board. I'm excited to see where this goes, but I think that would be my comment. I think between 1 and 3, those would kind of be the places I'd focus.
So Bijou, I was going to take a swing at it too. Do you want to go first? And Mark? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Jared, you mentioned to us, or you shared with us, that you attended a conference in Washington, D.C. for a smart city board conference. Out of that meeting, what you came out with, or what they were talking about for a size of 40,000 people city? What are the specific things we can do? I mean, we did water meter, right?
Right.
It was a big success for us. That is like every home, every business in Coppell. That's good for every business and resident. Something similar to that. What did you hear anything for a size of 40,000?
Well, so it was represented by cities of all different sizes. So attended by big cities and small cities. It was also a joint conference with DoD. So there was a lot of robotic technology and things that were going on that could be transitioned into DoD. For me, the focus I was really interested in was the virtual twin city. And that's actually something that's on my work plan to do this year, was to do some research related to what that would take. And if you're not familiar with that concept, it's basically where you could look at any of our inputs that we have the ability to track, and then we could tweak the inputs to see if we could virtually or digitally understand the outcome. For example, if we had a series of motors, the pumps to run the water system, if we powered one down at this time and then this down and then this down, we're doing it virtually in a computer animated kind of way, we could then determine what the proper power cycle for those meters would be. And then now, instead of just everybody, we just go in there and flip the switch and we turn them all at once, you could actually say, well, let's do it in series, right? And you would take that concept and then you would apply it broader across the organization. And that's what a virtual twin city is. And that's where I spent a lot of time at that conference, talking to some folks about that. There were some interesting things from a sustainability thing as well that I thought was interesting regarding buildings, but it's just, there was a lot of topics there is what I would say. So I spent, like I said, most of my time with there's a vendor actually that he's in the colony that does that work. And so I'm going to be meeting with him because that's on my work plan. So more to come with that is what I would say. But yeah, from the conference, there was a lot of things. There wasn't anything specific that said, here's the model you should follow, if that's really kind of where you're going to going at. What I've seen, and we spent a lot of time the first year talking about what falls under the category of smart city, because there's so many things that could technically fall under that. And so that's still a topic of conversation. So, yes, sir.
Then let me see if I actually spoke with the gentleman who heads up the Smart City Initiative for the city of San Francisco. If you look at a scale from not doing very much to doing everything that you can do, San Francisco's way out on that, do almost everything that you can do. Their individual there basically takes good ideas from technology companies and says, you think you have a good idea for us, we're interested in partnering with you. And it's a chance for you to test your idea, and then we own the technology for us. So there's not a perpetual life. So that's one end of that continuum. Austin, Texas, on the other hand, is very targeted in its approach for smart cities. And in their case, council, or in your case, the smart board that you have, came in and said, we'd like to attack these 3 or 4 problems. One of them was, in Austin, was tracking homeless people. Probably is not an issue that you have here, but it's a pretty big one in Austin. So, but the key part is that through the direction of focused, targeted effort, they said these are three or four priorities that we have. And if you stop and think of that, that's a little bit what your board has done. Is they've said priorities are green buildings, understanding our infrastructure, and then creating some education to bring people and businesses into this new state of being.
Right.
And if I'm hearing correctly, to keep it moving, one of the things that I heard Brianna say is if you were going to make a change, it would be change the date from 2024 to 2023. And I don't know that you have members of that board here. My guess is you would go, great, let's move forward. And nobody minds moving faster on these things. But if you go back and think, that's what they've given you right here, is these are the things that we want to take to the next step.
Yes.
Mark?
So looking at item number 1, I'm a lead associate professional specializing in building design and construction. I think it would be smart of us to bring a consultant on board, do an assessment of each building, weighing it against LEED Silver certification. Now, I don't think we need to go and spend all the money on the certification process, but seeing where we are on the scorecard, and then what things we could do on that scorecard that would not cost a great deal of money, that would move us in the right direction. And then as we start to look at renovations and rehab of HVAC systems, that we could start making some steps in the right direction. And fortunately, with the new codes, the international, the 2021 international energy and conservation code. Sorry about that. The standards are starting to get so high that any kind of work that you're doing in terms of MEP renovations, you're going to be up there meeting those standards, especially if we say as a city that we need to conform to 2021 IECC, and not necessarily that it's adopted and all the codes are adopted, but if we say to ourselves, we're going to hold ourselves to the standard for any work that we do, that's going to go a long way to getting us to that LEED Silver level, I think. So as far as item number 2, create an education program, provide incentives for implementing sustainable and resilient improvements. I would like to see us as a city adopt some requirements for NGPS certification for residential houses, or some green building standards. Now, we're not doing a lot of new construction, but as we start to do rebuilds, to implement that, there's many cities that require you to have some sort of component of green compliance, and that's a good thing long term. I didn't have anything particular on the other 2 items to address.
So keep in mind, I'm going to weigh in, keep in mind that these are really still under study, and that's what he's asking for. He's asking, which ones do you want us to go study further? With the exception of number 3, that's a little bit more of a go-do. My opinion, when I read these, they're all very worthy. I like the 4th one. When you take a look at an education program, I think, the first 2, or the second, create an education program. I think if we can bundle the education part of it together, because we're going to need to do a lot of education in this area before we start ever implementing anything. So to me, doing the research up front, perhaps for all three of those, as just to get more information so that we know more about it. And part of it would be understanding your acronyms. But and I'm bad about them too. But just to know what we don't know so much now, and it's just to learn what we don't know so that we can make better decisions. That's kind of what I'm hearing you ask for.
Yes.
And did you want us to say yes to number 1, no to number 2, yes to number 3, no to number 4, or go do them all?
You tell me. I'm happy to do all of these because my board is here and they expect me to do those things. So I'm happy to do all of them. I'm in support of moving to 23. So I'll get working on that almost immediately.
I did have one comment on that. I think the power structure for me is more critically time relevant than the network. The network is going to be a little further out because we're okay with our network structure now. It's really the 2040 network that you're worried about. I am much more worried about our power infrastructure today.
Okay.
So, sir.
Because I tried to listen to help. Here's what I've heard everybody say. First off, I haven't heard anyone say that you're not for these things.
Oh, John?
Okay.
First of all, I know you guys put a lot of thoughts and time into this and appreciate all the effort. The only issue that I know we're at early stage and we're trying to figure out what the costs are moving forward and so forth. But my problem with this is, I don't want to be where we spend the money, a substantial amount of money looking into this, and then comes out where the requirement to comply or upgrade to the standards, whether it be for the incentives for the residents or the businesses, and it's so substantial that the city will burden a lot with the incentive. Or if you're talking about having some sort of a compliance with the residents, that the upgrade will cost the residents so much money that it's not really ideal for the residents, and they're not really on board with that. So those are things that's I'm really curious. Again, I know we're at early stage, but I don't want to be at a position where we're spending a lot of money on consultants and then we come back with, oh, this is so much money that's going to cost the city or the resident to bring them up to where we're trying to get to, and they're not ready at this point, especially with we might have some shortfall on our revenue as well, and the residents, it might be a big impact on them to put a burden on them for just to upgrade to where we want to get to. So those are really my concern, and it's really hard for me to say, yeah, go for it without having at least some sort of idea as to where we're going to be with that kind of cost.
Right. And what I'll say to that is, and this has been a struggle for everybody that's been on the board so far, is we're thinking in terms of 2040. So while we're going to hire a consultant today, we don't expect to do any of the, or not, well, we don't expect to do this next year or the year after. It will be things that will get us in place for 2040, right? So if we can do the research, because I'll go do that, and we will come back to you guys at any time with, if there's something that comes out of that says, hey, we're going to spend, or we would think this is the recommendation of staff now to council related to this recommendation, then you would still have the opportunity to tell us that that's good or bad or indifferent, or go do some more digging or whatever you like. From my perspective, these are really pretty high level recommendations, and we did that with the intent of we can go get more information. When you start talking about the green building certifications, the smart board starts to cross the line into the Ford board and into building codes and things like that. And so we try to kind of pull it back and just say, from a certification perspective, it's just, that seems like a good way to just address that, because it will meet all of the smart technologies. To your point, HVAC and control systems and all of those things will start to be integrated into these buildings if we're at this certain level. And so that's really what the board was kind of focused on. So again, I think you've given me the green light to at least go explore these things. I do appreciate that both you guys are talking about potential expenditures related to meeting a certain level. We were not experts in certifications. That's why it just is a green building certification. I don't know that a true green building certification exists other than LEED and some of these others, but we'll go find that out. And I'll talk to facilities and work with Kent and his team to come back with some information for you.
And let me make sure that staff, let me ask the question. If we're gonna go out and I'm gonna say a consultant's gonna cost us $1,500. The answer is probably we find a way to do that. If it's gonna cost $150,000, you're gonna bring that back to council.
Absolutely.
So, you know, I mean, you have mechanisms set up right now to be able to ensure that before staff goes out and entertains a lot of money, because John, you're exactly right, there's a lot of uncertainty out there, that you can build that into the budget, have it in the approval process, and so forth. Am I right about that, Mike?
My response to that is that that's what we're doing here this weekend. We're getting the direction to decide whether or not to include these. You're going to talk about your priorities here in a few minutes, and tomorrow we're going to talk about budget. And if tonight you tell us to go and hire a consultant, the only place it can show up is in the 22-23 budget. So that's how it'll work.
Right.
John?
On these, I understand you guys researched and came up with these recommendations. Are these based on some that's been already implemented in other cities that's already in works, or?
Well, to some extent, yes. I mean, I can tell you that there are other cities that have LEED certified buildings, and they have now. Was there a specific level across all their facilities? No. Incentive programs, yes. Cities have been, Mark, let us know. There's other places that do different incentives for meeting a certain criteria when they do remodels or improvements. And I can't speak to the details of those, but I know that they exist in other places. It would be kind of picking and choosing, I guess. It would be one way we could give you multiple. I'm assuming there's multiple options, and then we would come back and say, here are the options for incentives.
Just trying to see if there's an idea as to what it costs for them to implement those kind of these type of ideas.
An example of one in Richardson, when you did a home renovation and improvement, because I was looking at this recently, I think it came down to the amount of you wouldn't be, from a property tax perspective, they would not apply the value of the improvement over for a period of time. And I don't remember what it was, as long as it met some sort of level. So in other words, if your value of the house is $100,000, you put another $100,000 into it, they wouldn't charge property taxes on $200,000. They would leave it at $100,000 for a period of time, and then the value would go up. So it was an incentivized tax relief, if you will. So to your point, that's one way to do it. I don't really. I'd have to go explore more. In more depth on all that's high level. That's what I remember reading from the website, but I know there's others out there that do lots of other things. I mean,
Farmers Branch has done something similar to that around improvements.
A lot of cities do it for blighted properties, but you know, here in Coppell, we don't necessarily have that same issue.
So is it fair to say, like the second and the fourth one is create an education program? Is it create an education program and incentives, or is it go investigate what an education program might look like and what incentives might look like?
Exactly. So the board is suggesting, we think that that we need an education program and we need an incentive program. We don't know what that is, so go figure that out.
So that's where probably I was struggling also with those particular two is I don't know if I'm just being too binary, but it's like I don't know what exactly we're marching. What are we educating about? How to set up an Alexa, or what does that entail?
Excellent point.
Whereas the first one and the third one seem much more. I think Mayor, you said something about those are more just go do, or one of them was just that is something you just go sort of move forward with. So I guess from a priority standpoint, that's probably how I'd set them up in my mind is 1 and 3 are the ones that are sort of most priority at this point. Right. They seem more tangible to me, whereas the second and the fourth one are next on the list.
Does it help if you think about that rather than create an education program as investigate an education program? Does that, first off, does that substantially change the work that you all? Okay, I can ask you.
No, yeah, it does not.
Does that, so it doesn't significantly change,
So, like I said, all of these except number 3 are to go do more research so that he can answer John's questions about what it potentially could cost, because he'll admit he doesn't know right now. So this is to investigate. Brianna?
Yeah, as I kept reading number 4, and I think just piggybacking on what Don just said, and maybe to your point too, Randy, but I see it more as creating a program that includes education incentive components for implementing smart programs. And I think what I would add in here that I think is more of a short term to do is define what that smart program looks like, right? When you say implementing smart programs, before we go educate and put incentives to this, we have to understand what those smart programs look like. And I presume it's like, I think what you were just saying, Randy, it's investigate into that, because feeding off what John just said is what are other cities doing? Like, how do they define a smart program? What does that look like before we look at kind of the cost piece to it?
Yep.
And then I'd be curious too, because John, you bring up a good point about cost, is I'd be curious if there are any grants available in the smart program arena, considering that there's been a lot of talk around smart programs. So, or smart cities, I should say.
Right.
And that might be another piece that I would add to your investigation.
Thank you. I also agree that we don't know the cost of the consultant. That's a concern for me as well. But I'm looking at the Ford board's recommendation to the council. They explained there's a consultant study. This is on slide 24, small footprint, 55 plus housing. So they have specific things the consultant, they want to study or they want to take a look at it. I know you have new board members on the smart city this year. They may have newer ideas. This is from the past 2 years, discussions, and you derived from that discussions. You may have additional ideas, additional points that you may want to consider. Are you thinking about that as well?
Absolutely. In fact, our next agenda is to talk through some of those things. So we had our first meeting with the new board, and that was a topic of discussion, because there are some new experts on the board, is what I would say. Some folks that have a different lens to look through, and they may come back and tweak or modify or come up with a whole new recommendation. But this was what was presented by the previous board members. I will say that the education incentive program, really the focus on that was in all of these, we were trying, when I say we, the board, was trying to figure out how to touch the citizen and get interaction with them as well. Because it's easy for us to just say we want to do this, but we've got to figure out a way to get that touch point with citizens. And which is why the education incentive has been, like I said, I think you'll see that trend through most of these portfolios as we go through.
So if I'm hearing correctly, if you look at these 4, you're looking at hiring a consultant, moving the expert to help with the network, or the power first, then the network, move that into 2023. And then the other two really are more about investigate and define and bring back to you for plans.
What I was here, John saying, for number one was, let's find out how much it is going to cost to hire those consultants before we actually do it.
Correct. Yeah, so that would be, from my perspective, with what you've given me so far, I will be going out to find that out so we can get it into the next budget. And then that'll be a topic of conversation around that budget.
Yeah, so this would show up. I mean, they're not going to run out and hire a consultant until after the new budget is in place, which means that you as a council will have an opportunity to take another look at this. But if you're not interested, then he won't go out and bring you numbers. But if you still have a way to look at it again with the budget. Questions? All right, so I just need to get sort of a consensus. You understand where the changes, kind of what the direction is. Council, are you ready to move on with direction? Okay, so you're gonna sort of make these adjustments.
Yes.
Now let's talk about forward.
Okay. Or even this one.
Yes, just this slide right there.
This one?
Or, no, I'm sorry, right below the one.
Okay. All right.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mindy Hurley. So tonight, similar to what Jared just talked about, you just heard the forward presentation at our group or our joint meeting. So hopefully that's fairly fresh on your mind. But from that presentation, we mentioned that the group was really focused on senior housing to begin with. We'll be back in front of you later with some of the other pillars that or some of the other goals that we have to accomplish. So tonight, the direction we're looking for is really focused on the senior housing. So they left you with 3 recommendations that we wanted to address tonight. So one of them is to evaluate a city-supported and organized senior village in Coppell. And once again, are we interested? It's not giving us direction to go build a village, it's to go explore what it would look like in Coppell, how we would make that work in Coppell. Then we would bring it back in front of you in order to present all of that to see if you give it a thumbs up to move forward or not. The next one is evaluate financial incentives for residents 55 plus, which includes the retrofit / improvement of homes. This is similar to actually what Jared was just talking about, kind of the incentives for improvement at homes. Right now it's concentrated on the residents that are 55 plus, but and as part of our pillar, we actually have it for all types of housing, retrofit of all older housing stock. And then the final one is evaluate and develop an RFP for a consultant for advanced scenario planning, which would include the option for small footprint homes. And I broadened that a little bit when the committee presented it to you. They were just focused on a consultant for small footprint housing, but I went ahead and broadened that to kind of the advanced scenario planning as a whole, which would include the small footprint housing. So that's tonight. That's what I'm looking for direction on. These are the high level concepts. Are you interested in us pursuing these? And if we are, they will be back in front of you again. Each of these would be back in front of you again once we've developed them further, but we don't want to spend any more time on these until we know that it's the direction that you all want to go. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
So Mindy, unfortunately I missed that presentation, but I do like these 3 points. I think what I like more than anything is the word evaluate, because I think then that will take us to where we move forward. So I won't ask the specific questions because again, I missed it and I can follow up with you separately, but I would be in favor of moving forward with these 3 areas. And it seems to align with where the Ford board is right now. And if anything, the mission kind of or guidance that the reason for even creating that board, it aligns. So just wanted to say, I appreciate that.
Cliff.
I agree with what Brianna said about the three. I think that's, you know, you heard some of this when Jared was up there talking about it. These are viable things, I think, that because since you were sort of focused, you started off with housing, 55 and over, this is a expansion of that, but it's still along the same lines. And I guess you heard the message that, you know, we're not going to do anything relating to dollars and cents, so that we can just leave that out of the first iteration, even though you may obviously have an idea yourselves, the board, I mean, an idea. And because that's when it, you know, when it's all said and done, we're gonna start doing and spending money. It's going to require the approval and the consent of the majority of the council. So, but yeah, I think this is I think yeah. So we're spending money on the staff. But we're going to leave it at, I would assume, or at least my thought is that is something that are willing to do, which and judiciously. In other words, we're not sending you off, you know, down the cow trail, you know, and you're going to come back with a pie. Anyway, that's my position.
So I'm going to give a little bit of an advance look into something that Tracy's going to talk about here in about an hour. But our prioritizations, this one topic, which was senior housing, was rated the highest of everything that we rated. Just as a FYI. So this was very important to everybody here. Right. And everything that Cliff and Brianna said is absolutely true. This is an evaluate, and we'll have the ability to decide on these line by line at a later date. But these were all very attractive to me. Bijou?
Yeah, I think you're right. Everybody scored 7 on that. So I think everybody sees as an important issue. I also want to bring, this is the slide I was talking about, number 25, you know, the small footprint 55 plus. And I'm glad you got to that. I know the Biden administration have a plan for 22 provides additional funding for smart cities and, you know, these kind of programs. I don't know if we looked into that, if we heard about anything like that from the city, or inquire with anybody on this kind of grants.
Not yet. We have not done a deep dive into that yet. Really, like I said, we were just wanting to make sure y'all were interested in the concept. So we'll definitely look into that. So.
Okay, thank you.
So I am in agreement with evaluating all of these. I probably, going back to prioritization, the second one is the one that I'm probably struggling the most with. If that's going to be really the most, we're going to get the most lift. I actually think from a quality of life standpoint, one sounds really good to me. That concept really sounded good to me. The third one, if the small footprint housing is viable, that seems like that would be a good quality of life. So it's the second one that I probably struggle the most with. But I'm not saying we shouldn't evaluate it and see what are the options out there. But I would probably prioritize that one less than the other two, quite frankly.
Any other comments? Then I think you have some direction.
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if you would bring my slides back up really quick, I appreciate it. Good, so we're going to move on. You all were very nice to spend time with me answering questions. And Brianna, we gave Brianna a bit of a pass because
You've known me for years.
I have an idea of where you're headed, right? Brianna and I had the chance to work together on Living Well in Coppell, along with Kevin, and putting that together. But I thought you might like to see a quick summary of what you told me. Good. Let's take a look. I want to go to the end of the story first, because I asked you to tell me what your priorities are this year, what the end of the term was, and what your concerns was. And I chose to do this one first because every single one of you told me a variation of the very first statement. Everyone wants to leave Coppell better than it was when they joined the council. Everyone said that. And I'm going to suggest that is a great point from which you can build going forward. Now, how you get there, that's probably going to vary. But every one of you said that you wanted to do that. Now, beyond that, there were some specifics. And these are in no particular order, but ensure that we're using our land and resources in the most effective manner possible. By the way, some of you mentioned a few of these things. There are a couple of them. I just put them all out there as one so that we didn't have as many slides. Maintain and improve the quality of life. Several of you said you want to be recognized as a person who, or as an individual who fulfilled your promises to council. And I heard that more than once, is that everybody goes, I want to be known as somebody that did what I said that I would do when I came here. You contributed to the citizens viewing the council as effective. Again, several of you mentioned that you wanted to be, for your term, you wanted the people to look at the council and go, they're working well together and building on the history of Coppell. That we don't allow priority for the end, that we don't allow difficult topics and decisions to go unaddressed. That a couple of you said that you want to make sure that we're having and we're willing to have the difficult conversation. That you promoted an environment of successful succession, that you're constantly helping foster an environment in the community so that new people wanting to come want to come and be a part of this. Aging in place, that shows up. And a couple of you mentioned the Art Center. Now, that's sort of into council. Questions so far? Because I'm going to go back to this year. The number one bullet was brought up by every single person. It's, let's resolve this sales tax issue. Let's get this behind us. Now, whatever that means. That could mean, what's going to happen with it, or how we get through it, or what do we do with the excess funds, or what do we not do? But that one issue was brought up by everyone. So that is sort of the elephant in the room, if you will, isn't it, for you all? It's, let's get this behind us. But then you also said, if we have extra sales tax money, what do we do with it? All of you brought up, almost everyone, I think, brought up property tax exemptions of some sort. Homestead, senior, fixed income, individuals with disabilities, something. All of you talked, a couple of you talked about helping restaurants, hotels, and small businesses grow. Maintaining Coppell, and I apologize, I just saw that typo, on the 30-year trajectory for outstanding quality of life. One comment says, we got this 2040 plan, let's just work it. There's a comment for a veterans memorial / plaza, whatever that might look like. Lessen the burden of government on our citizens was something I heard from 2 or 3 different people, ranging from what do we do about property tax? How do we make sure we're using their money wisely, that we're not overexpending? All those things sort of fall into that one area of realizing it's not our money that we're using. Am I okay? Back on the slides, thank you. That continue to improve how the council works together. Not that you're bad now, but those of you who are parents know that you don't have to be a bad parent to want to be a better parent. We don't have to be unhealthy to want to be healthier. And we don't have to be broken to decide we're always looking for ways to be better. Comment about making the Art Center successful. Couple of comments about protecting Coppell's interests in the next legislative session. is something that you need to start planning on from a priority perspective, because that will take money. Pursuing options that don't rely on tax rate to cover our increases, revenue options, what's something that we could do that wouldn't require tax rate? Make Old Town a destination, and then create opportunities for citizens to age in place. There's that number one thing again. That was brought up on numerous occasions. So that's what you told me. And the question I would ask is, for those of you who remember our conversations, do you see part of your comments in these lists? Even though I didn't say every time somebody said this, is your comment in the list? Yes. Good. Good. Because as we start thinking tomorrow, especially about priorities, some of these things will pop up. Now, the one I expect to pop up, citizens aging in place, anyone going to be surprised if that comes up tomorrow, or as we start thinking about priorities? So some of these might not come up, but they're all out there for consideration. Questions about this? Because I asked you a third question, and that's, okay, wait a minute, there we go. I asked you about what concerns that you had or what barriers might derail us. And this is what you told me. That we can't allow personal agendas or single issue focus to sidetrack our overall progress for the city. We may all have special interests that we want to pursue, but we can't allow that to also affect the entire city. We should create and expand sustainable revenue sources and manage our revenue to be more efficient in order for us to keep this moving forward. That growing and taking care of the business community is essential. And that concern is that would be a barrier if we didn't do those things. We can't lose or forget the lessons learned from previous councils. That we need to consistently clear objectives to maintain focus. That we have to have a healthy balance of supporting each other and challenging each other. That we need to protect against erosion of local control by the state. Good luck. And that we need to take a long-term approach to this 2040 plan. That it's set for 2040 for a reason, that we don't have to do it all by 2028. This is 2040. Again, let me ask, do you see your comments reflected in those? Yes. Good. Now, here's the challenge of planning, and the challenge of planning is this. Move forward on the priorities, don't let the barriers get in your way. Hopefully, by talking about these barriers, we can at least acknowledge them as we go through, the discussion, so that our discussions become more positive and proactive. Yeah, I'm also looking at our clock. It is 7:20. We've been going for an hour and 20 minutes. We're actually doing pretty well on time. If you have any questions about this, I'll address them, but if not, I would suggest that, Mayor, that we stop and take, this would be a good spot for a 10-minute break. Let's take 10.
I really enjoyed having a private tour guide too. That was really
Councilmember Long says it's time to get started, so we're going to reconvene.
yeah. Well, when you go, if you need anything, now we've got 2 companies there, and I have tons of friends. So.
I am, again,
Ms. Leach, you're going to have to speak louder than I am.
Oh, perfect. Welcome back, everybody.
It's good to see everybody back in their seats. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Mayor, Council. I am here tonight to walk through the results of the prioritization exercise that you completed related to the Vision 2040 pillars and goals. Just as a refresher, so this is I went through some of this earlier on the work plan. So the reason why this is so important is it sets the foundation for everything that we do at the staff level moving forward for the upcoming year in terms of understanding where we need to put our resources, time, and energy towards from the council priority perspective. And essentially what happens is each year builds upon the one before it. And so each year there will be slight differences in terms of the top 10 or 12 priorities that are identified each year. But generally speaking, we have not seen dramatic shifts where we have an entirely whole new group of 10 priorities. And so those priorities are really informed by the experiences that you all are living through now. And so our current set of priorities really was shaped by what happened with COVID and quarantine and that desire to connect with each other. And we have a slightly different focus, but not necessarily a giant pivot in what you'll see before you this evening. So just a brief reminder and refresher on what we have asked you all to do and how each of the priorities were identified. And that was either to fall back where it wasn't necessarily a priority. It was status quo. Whatever we are doing today is what you would like to see moving forward. And then emphasis. That would be something that we would be pushing to the top of our to-do list in terms of time and resources. We did ask you to prioritize both pillars and goals to give us information at the staff level around where, from a strategic perspective, your minds were on what was most important. And what you will see presented to you this evening really is just the beginning of the conversation around what you like to see ultimately included as the priorities for Vision 2040 for this upcoming year. None of this is set in stone. And so if there are things as you walk through your conversation this evening, if there are changes to how you'd like to see those items, if you want to swap one for another, certainly that is council prerogative, and we're flexible enough to do that, so that's something that we can walk through. But you will see at least one goal from every pillar included as the starting point for our conversation. I know this is very small, but this really is just intended to show where we were last year this time, which is our current work plan, which is what I presented to you earlier. And, oh, I have hard copies. Okay, so recognizing that if you're like me, that is really small print. So Randy's handing out the hard copies for us to reference as we walk through. Yes, it's good for a quick snapshot just to kind of see where we're at. Just high level in terms of what we saw related to the exercise. Pillar number 4, which is the future-oriented approach to residential housing, came across and was rated as the highest rated pillar. So again, no surprise there, knowing the conversations that we've had tonight related to the board and some of the ideas that we talked about earlier today. So that is consistent with kind of where we have been. Creating business and innovation nodes, so having an emphasis and a focus on our business community, was rated as our second highest pillar. And then our third highest pillar was applying a smart city approach to resource management. So that's all consistent with everything that we've talked about this evening. So as we work our way through each of the pillars, I want to just highlight each of the goals. And so, for example, let's start with pillar number 1, and that's perpetuate a learning environment. And we had a tie for the top rated goal in that category for that pillar. And so we've got diversified learning and enrichment opportunities available in Coppell. And so that goal speaks to providing additional educational and recreational amenities for our community that aren't necessarily your traditional football, baseball, basketball courts in Coppell. So it's learning labs. It would be, esports. It would be something, the alternatives to just your traditional sports and recreation offerings for our community. Promote a knowledge sharing environment really speaks to leveraging the community knowledge that we have. And what we've heard over the past 12 months from the City Council really speaks to this. So I'm not surprised that it's rated high in this pillar in terms of engaging with our community to make sure that we are hearing where the community is and receiving that input from the community before we make decisions. And the next goal on there is establish Coppell as a laboratory of learning. And this is for this current year, that was also the highest rated goal for this pillar. And this really is about integrating and including our retiree population and leveraging the knowledge that they have to share with our younger generation of Coppellians. So that's pillar number 1. Pillar number 2, our highest rated goal there is purposefully breaking barriers to inclusion. And this really speaks to engagement with an eye towards participation within the community. And so the idea that barriers are invisible to those who are already participating, that's what the focus groups and the process kind of spoke to. And so emphasizing ways to break down those barriers so that we can have increased participation and engagement, that's what that goal is focused on. On pillar 3, our top goal is develop a sense of neighborhood at an appropriate scale. And that really speaks to the connectivity within our neighborhoods to key gathering places that you can get to without having to get in your car and drive across Denton Tap or drive across Sandy Lake. And so this also was the highest rated goal for this pillar for our current work plan. On pillar number 4, our highest rated goal there, as the mayor had mentioned earlier, is explore new options for 55 plus or aging in place to maintain a high standard of living in Coppell. And so across the board, universal 7s, so not a surprise there. But you will notice on the screen, I've got the 2 X's next to those top 2 goals under that pillar. So last year, there was a tie in this particular pillar for the top rated goals, and we included those other 2 that have the X's next to them, and they did not rate as high for this year. So they are not included right now, but that is not to say that those could not be added. So if you look there at the rating for explore, refit, and refurbishment of older housing stock at 5.5, that kind of the average rating, that's almost higher than almost anything else that you're going to see there other than the 55 plus. So if the council wanted to move one of that item up, certainly there's justification for that as the group from a consensus standpoint. In pillar number 5, so this is about our business community. And so the first one is support the Old Town area and concept. And this is really just oh, yes. Oh.
Tracy, I just noticed I left in pillar number 5, the first 3 items, I left it blank. So you added 1 in there.
Yes.
That was a mistake. So I want to change that to 4.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, I will make a note on that. Yeah, so.
Oh, okay. And they should all be 4.
Okay, I can fix that. So supporting the Old Town area and concept, and that really just speaks towards emphasizing and looking at ways that we can create greater activity and traffic for the Old Town area.
So with
Yes.
his change, that's going to take that one item to the second highest rated criteria in the chart.
Yes. Yes, same for the second goal. That will also bump as well, would be my guess. Yeah, so the second goal in that pillar is encourage redevelopment of hotspots along commercial retail corridors as major creativity zones. And so that goal speaks to looking at our key retail intersections. And so that's Sandy Lake and Denton Tap, that's Beltline and MacArthur, to understand where those retail corridors are heading, and then looking at ways that we can keep those corridors viable in the long term, knowing that a lot of retail shopping is shifting, and so the face of that is shifting, and so we need to be ahead of that curve as the community continues to evolve. The third goal there, which is currently highlighted, is work with the commercial/warehouse district for future version 2.0. And this really is a long-term planning goal that is focused on exploring what the next iteration of warehouse is. And so we have a lot of inventory in Coppell that is currently used as warehouse. The next iteration of what that is, from an automation standpoint, from a transportation standpoint, from an access standpoint, from a technology standpoint, all of those things are critical components that we would need to wrap our arms around to work with those stakeholders to understand what that's going to look like. On Pillar 6, the top-rated goal there is build Coppell's transportation system to connect with regional systems. And you'll notice that that is new this year. Last year, or our current year, the highest rated goal there was create new modes of connectivity between community oasis pockets, recreation, and community nodes. And I see the shift there in the priority as a result of us getting back out of our homes. And so that desire for connectivity, we're re-engaging with humanity again. And so that's where I kind of see some of that shift on that one. But really, in terms of the regional systems, the key to this really is leveraging DART. And so it is a longer term item, knowing that DART is not going to be operational until 2024, but they're here right now doing construction. And so it is time for us to start that process so that we can leverage that amenity that's there. And finally, pillar number 7 is the goal, top rated goal for pillar number 7 is build backbone of smart operating system for all resource management. That actually, so that is about serving our future municipal functions, to be able to have the bandwidth to evolve with whatever municipal government looks like from a service standpoint, so that we can continue to serve the community. And also make sure that we can leverage real-time data to make decisions. So whether that's my car talks to the traffic signals, all of those types of things, that's what that last goal is got an eye towards. So what I can do, to Councilman Matthews' point, if we change those first 3, that second goal, so we would have 3 goals for pillar 5. If council is comfortable seeing 3 goals from pillar 5, knowing that that was your second highest rated pillar. And so at this point, I will open it up to any questions that council may have, or just turn it over to the mayor in terms of the discussion on how you'd like to see this list finalized.
So let's, if anybody has any questions for Tracy first, let's get those out of the way. Don?
This is probably a nuance, but you said that, so we would go to 3 goals on pillar 5.
That's correct.
So what tells you that we're going to go to 3 goals on pillar 5? Or is adding that second goal replace some other goal that we have already listed, or how do you, what, I guess, how do we know we add that third
Well,
goal? I
well,
guess I'm
it
just,
may not be an actual ad. I need to see what
well, I know
the
his
number might
changed
look
it,
like.
but
I think it's 4 brings it up into a tie.
Yeah.
875.
Yeah, it potentially may be a tie at
so you're just saying all
5.875.
three, so we would just do all three of them?
Yes. That would give us 11 goals for this year.
Okay, is that too many?
Manageable,
Back
no.
to my question, is
No,
that too many?
completely manageable.
Okay, all right, thanks.
She's good.
Imagine that.
Yeah, I don't quite
I
understand
don't
your
know how
comment.
you're, I don't know how we get 11.
I'm sorry.
What?
What's your,
I said, what you just said didn't make sense from what I wrote down,
Yeah,
so.
me either.
in terms of what the calculation is going to be?
Yeah,
You may want to just disregard that because mental math is not going to be my
okay.
forte in terms of that calculation.
I can tell you, yeah, like pillar 5.
So if changing, and I apologize on just not doing that right here on the fly. So if changing those ratings to a 4 would result in that goal being equal to or greater than 5.875, we would go ahead and include it. If it is less than 5.875, it would still not be included.
Which
So,
one are you talking about?
encourage redevelopment of hotspots along commercial and retail corridors as
That-
major creativity zones.
That goes to 5.5.
That is 5.
Okay, so then it would not be included.
And the support the Old Town area concept goes to 6.125.
Okay, so then,
That, yeah,
got you.
I
Okay.
have 6.25. Okay.
or maybe it is 6.25, but it's the
Right,
second
it's still
highest.
higher, yeah.
So it would be clearly higher. So then, from a council perspective on the discussion, would you like to still include work with commercial and warehouse district of future version 2.0, or drop that off, knowing that we now have a clear priority identified for that pillar?
Or we can keep it on.
You may keep it on. You may decide we only want to do one for this pillar, completely your discretion.
Strategically, I think that's going to fit into some future work that the Ford Board's going to come up with. So I would prefer to leave that on.
I would too.
The couple of comments, just, you guys know I'm kind of a data guy, so the average score here for everyone was more than 4. So I don't know whether you think of it this way, but I didn't average out each one, but I can tell from the averages that we've all come out greater than 4. So the bottom line is that our direction is to move forward, not to move back. And I think that's a very important thing to keep in your mind as we move into tomorrow. Now, clearly, there's some items here that are lower, and you have to remember the lowest rated item that I'm seeing is 3.625, I think. And the highest is a 7. So our range is very small. So the difference between a 4 and a 4.5, even though it doesn't sound that big, is actually fairly large. So, we do have a good range and good span here, and I think it's very representative as a collective group of what we've been thinking and how we feel. So thank you for putting this together again. Randy, were you gonna interject?
So I went through, just to help myself think through it. Pillar 4 was your highest rated. And I went through and looked at, I came up with 12 goals. Is that what you came up with?
Let's see, what the new ones, 1, 2, 3, 10.
Oh, I'm counting 12.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Because then we're
10.
adding those 2, because you're keeping the 5.5 one.
Oh,
Because on pillar 5, 5.5, if you change that up to a 1, 2, and 4, that bumps that one
Yeah.
up to right at 5.875.
Right.
And so that gives you 12 goals. If I'm counting that correctly.
Yeah, well, and these five of the Pillar 1 was 3. Pillar 2 was 1. Pillar
3 is 1.
Pillar
4 is 2.
It's,
It's one.
now, I did talk about if they wanted to add explore, refit, and refurb, there's clearly a rating that would justify that. But that, I guess that, I didn't hear
Right, yeah.
clear direction on that, but that is something I tossed out for conversation, which would add to
Yeah,
that.
we're counting it twice, it really should be counted as one, that's where you're.
Well, if we did add that, we would have 2 goals for pillar 4 instead of just the 1.
Yeah, so the question on pillar 4 is, do you want to keep the explore, refit, and refurbishment of older housing stock as a goal?
How does that relate to the board recommendations? It's number 2, isn't it?
Yeah, it was. I think it needs to be in there.
Bless you.
Yeah, you.
All right, and then on pillar 5, you have 3 goals. Support Old Town.
Yeah. What I heard was we wanted to keep the support Old Town area and concept goal. We wanted to keep the work with the commercial warehouse district on future version 2.0 goal.
So there's only 2 goals on pillar 5.
Correct. Because when we changed the rating for encourage redevelopment of hotspots, that only came out to a 5.5.
Okay, all right. And then on number 6, pillar 6, we have 1 goal. On pillar 7, you have
1.
one goal. So you have, there's 11.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes. That matches my count. Does it match y'all's count?
So pillar number 7, how does that relate to the things we discussed earlier with the scoreboard?
Yes, so this goal, that pillar is all focused around resource management. And so a lot of the things that are included in the SMART board recommendation in terms of exploring what this would look like if we were LEED certified and the backbone on some of the infrastructure, that all supports what you see here in pillar 7.
I just do want to point out that pillar 4 was your highest rated pillar, but you have the most goals under pillar 1.
And that's what's bothering me, because that doesn't make sense, because pillar 1, I mean, it's got, those are at 4.375, and we've got numerous other goals that are much higher than those. So it's not really
So you didn't rate the goals, but because they all came
Tied.
out about the same,
Tied.
you included them all. So I would say, just from a logic standpoint, if you look at it and said, this is our highest ranked pillar, but most of our goals are in pillar number 1, or a large percentage of our goals are. So would there be one of, in pillar number 1, would there be 1 or 2 that you would like to remove?
The logic stuff that you were doing. I was just wondering what the logic was, because we didn't read in pillar 1, and we had the same total rating versus other.
because they were
Right, so
they were
great
tied.
question, John. So the logic was every pillar needed to have at least 1. So that was the first assumption. And then we had 3 pillars that all tied.
Right.
And so Now the choice is, do we go with all three of those, or do we go default back to every pillar gets one?
I would say yes. I mean, obviously, staff didn't want to make the call as to which one of those three-way.
Correct. You're correct.
This is your matrix.
Yes.
You're not gonna, it's not our discretion to make your call.
Exactly. I think around the table here, we need to figure out out of those three, which is really the highest priority.
Yeah, and
Anybody want to change their numbers?
So maybe I hate to, maybe we should have put a criteria that you can only use one number once in each area. And I rated all of mine the same at a 4. If you ask me which one is the most important, it's probably the first one, the diversified learning. No. Yeah, Brianna, yes.
well, I want to be mindful of the numbers that are out there. So, and I say that because we're averaging around a 4 on pillar 1, and 4 means, it doesn't mean that we're deprioritizing, it means status quo, keep it moving forward. Where 7, we mean like accelerated, do more, like, so I feel like I don't want to have to choose one of the 3 on top when we're really saying by that average 4.375 is keep doing what you're doing, because that's what we're expecting. Don't deprioritize it and stop doing it. It's not a 1, and don't accelerate it because it's not a 7. All right? Okay.
That's, you said it exactly right.
Huh?
Never get to 1.
No. Well, I guess I'm just saying that, like, I mean, we can, if we want to pick one that out of all 3, that's fine. I guess I feel like I put all 4s, and I wouldn't want to change my numbers, because to me 4 means keep doing what you're doing.
We're okay.
So even though there were 3 goals, they're really not doing anything new, different than what they were doing.
Agreed.
But so that's a good point. Sorry, Tracy, when we say that this is a priority, yet it's basically a 4, do you actually go put any extra resources on it?
Yes. So for example, if we selected, let's just say for the sake of discussion, that very first goal that's listed there, that would appear at our retreat, and we would be brainstorming ideas about how we would specifically advance that goal forward above and beyond what we are currently doing. It would be for any of those other 3, not that we aren't doing things for those other 3, but that we are specifically targeting efforts towards that goal. Then it will be included in the work plan that is brought to you all in September for approval, that then gets rolled into what we're talking about right now. So there is a substantial difference in terms of what efforting goes into each one of these. When we say it's a priority, even if we say it's 4, and if it's the number 1 at 4.375 in that category, we would, if we select one of those as a staff member, that's telling us that is important, the most important one out of those 4, and that we are going to take that goal and develop work plan items around that specific goal.
Don?
Now, anything else we're doing in support of any of those other 3, we would just continue the existing program. So if we had a program that was already in support of goal number 2, we would likely continue forward with those efforts, right? So that's how that would manifest itself.
Sort of going along with what Tracy's saying, that makes sense to me. Ultimately, that pillar 1 was not as highly rated overall, right? So they need to have a priority for each pillar, right? You want a priority for each pillar, so
that's the approach we have taken in the past. It does not mean that we have to do that this time around.
Well, I would say, Mayor, what you were saying, that first one, I mean, pick that one or which one of them we pick to let them prioritize. But clearly there's some others in other pillars that had higher overall ratings that probably merit prioritization for their top 10 or whatever, right? Does that make sense?
Well, I agree. I guess I'm not really clear why, from a staff standpoint, that they need to have a goal in each pillar. I mean, they're not gonna not support those, and that's kind of that's what those scores in that pillar 1 are saying.
But Mayor, let me again, doesn't say you have to repeat this. That is the direction that the council had taken amongst itself as far as a way to balance, to make sure that each of the pillars are being addressed over time, so that you didn't always, I'm making this up. Let's just say that, what's the lowest rated one? 4375. Say that perpetuate a learning environment. If you go under the scenario that if you're only going to take the top 10 goals, right, of the priorities that are rated, in theory, you would never get around to pillar number 1. So I'm just using that as an example. So council in the past, in the conversation, is like, we want to make sure we're at least balancing the approach to what we're doing as far as, in this case, these pillars. It used to be the strategies for 2030. So again, we're at your discretion, and we're gonna develop and come to you with work plans that support whatever you tell us the priorities are, how you make the determination. But that's a little background on why each of the pillars has a goal.
Thank you. Kevin?
Well, with that background, and Mike, I appreciate that, just because some of us weren't here last year. We were watching on the sidelines, so thank you for that background. But with that in mind, it kind of makes sense that, you've got pillar 4, you've got pillar 5 that have a little bit more weight to them in the overall ranking. Maybe we put a little bit more emphasis, maybe 2 goals come out of those, whereas maybe a pillar 1 or pillar 2, maybe 1 goal comes out of those. Just, we can maybe weight that a little bit, just so we can keep that balance, as Mike just said, but also putting some extra emphasis on some of those higher prioritized goals. So just a thought.
Let me offer maybe a way of an explanation to your point, Kevin. You have 2 goals set. Your top 2 pillars are number 4 and number 5. And you have 2 goals set for them. So you've accomplished that. Your third goal, third pillar, was number 7. But if you look at number 7, it's cleared away. There's only pillar 7, there's only 1 priority. So let's go back to pillar 1. If you brought this back down to 1, then you would certainly be back in line. This is where I'm going to ask you to, in considering this, that you count, that you look at where the spread of votes, if you will. And if you look at the goal, promote a knowledge sharing environment. 10 people listed that as a 7. The other ones, there are only 1 7 in. So if you count that vote, now the difference in that becomes a rounding error. But if you count how important this is to more people on the council, then promote a knowledge sharing environment would bump up a little.
It's funny, I thought about that too, but it also that's the only one that has a 1.
It's the only one that has a 1.
And I felt like 1 7 and 1 1 canceled each other out.
You're exactly right. And that's how the numbers ended up the same.
I know.
John? Tracy, those 3, are those highlighted because they're all same rating and they're in the same, no other purpose, no other reason from the city, from a staff perspective, it's just because they're all same?
Equivalent rating, yes, sir.
I have a couple of comments. I know you're trying to go with the color, but like pillar 4, can you go with a different orange? Testing my eye every time I look at it.
Somebody said that in the last meeting.
Yes, I agree.
They wanted it maroon.
Yes.
So that's really hard to read.
Something that is prefer maroon.
Don, was that you?
And also, as you were explaining, you gave some examples, and I'm not trying to make you work harder, but as you were explaining and giving example, that actually gave me a better idea as to how I'm going to market. So, because I'm thinking, what are some of these things? What's it talking about, right? And then, but when you were explaining, I thought, oh, okay, that makes more sense, and I might have voted differently or marked it differently with that kind of example. For me.
Yeah, so if, let me see if I can share this screen with you. One of the resources that we have on our website that is a really handy, so this is just coppelltx.gov/2040, and it has this 2040 summary PDF. So the final report was 40 plus pages. I don't expect anybody to read 40 plus pages, but this is a really nice, quick and easy summary that gives you a 2-sentence explanation of what each of the pillars are, and then literally a 2 or 3 sentence explanation and description of what each of those goals are. And so if you have anybody in the community that wants to know, well, what does that really mean? We do have a quick reference guide that's kind of like a Reader's Digest version of the final plan that breaks down every one of the pillars and goals so that people can understand what it is that those goals are referring to. We do have those in hard copy too, so if you'd like some of those, I can put them in your mailbox.
One way to move us off of this would be to now go back and look at, you've had a chance to talk about these three. Let me break this down from a decision perspective. Would you prefer to only have one goal prioritized in this bill? Yes. Yes. Okay. Do you have any questions about what those three goals mean? Diversify learning and enrichment opportunity, promote knowledge sharing environment, and establish Coppell as a laboratory of learning. Would you like to vote again?
I have a question. When we did the program with New Tech,
yes,
which one of those did that program fit into?
That would have been the yes.
Or was it some of all?
They all kind of go together.
Yeah, we also oh, that might have been knowledge. I would classify that kind of under knowledge sharing environment. I'm sorry.
We have the 22 work plans.
Oh.
It
That
tells
would-
you what it is.
See, that's why he's the.
Well, my thought was that when those kids presented to the council, it was
Yes.
very effective.
Laboratory of learning.
Laboratory of learning. Okay. Well,
Thank you.
When in doubt, right? When in doubt.
ask the boss.
All right, so would you like to just do a quick around the room vote again? What for, and really, I would say, let's do it not 1, 4, and 7, but 1, 2, and 3. You got 3 goals. No, it's just, which one do you think is the most important? You do number 1. Which one is the least important? You do number 3. In the middle goes 2. That way, we'll have an idea really quick. And we'll start with Kelly.
I would like to go, I want, number 1 would be promote knowledge sharing environment. Number 2 would be laboratory of learning. Number 3, diversify learning and enrichment opportunities. That's all.
Okay.
Number 1 is diversify learning. Number 2 is knowledge sharing. Number 3 is laboratory of learning.
We just can't.
So I've just canceled you out completely.
You would.
Yeah, number 1 is establish Coppell as the laboratory of learning. And Number 2 is promote a knowledge sharing environment. 3 is diversify learning and mentoring.
Thank you. Brianna?
Yeah, my number 1 would be promote a knowledge sharing environment. 2 would be laboratory of learning, and 3 would be diversify.
Number 1 is establish laboratory of learning. 2 is diversify learning and enrichment. And 3 is promote a knowledge sharing environment.
One is the promotion of knowledge sharing. Number 2, and then one on the laboratory. And 3 is
That's a great list.
Yep.
Same.
That's a great list. That's great.
And finally, Mr.
1, laboratory of learning. 2 is diversified learning. And number 3, knowledge sharing environment.
You have the math, Tracy? He's faster.
Oh, we did it again.
High score loses.
High score out. It's like golf.
It's going to be very close.
All right, so diversified learning is off the board.
Okay.
All right.
Are we playing this
Yep.
game again?
March Madness.
So now, do you want it down to 1?
Raise your hand.
Yeah,
All right, so quick show of hands. I hate to do this because this is not an official vote.
No, it's not, but it's non-decision.
Yeah, but how many of you say promote knowledge sharing is your choice, promote knowledge sharing?
Wait, how is that?
3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We have 1 there, then. We've got 1, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, that's a 1, and 3 is 14. Yeah, all right.
It's not orange.
I can write it in orange if you like. Help if I put it in orange.
Why don't we just vote again for the first and second?
Yeah, all right, so how many of you want promote knowledge sharing as the number 1? 1, 2, 3, 4. How many of you want establish?
That only leaves 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
so the mayor gets to break the tie?
No, you were voting in that.
You were in there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So difficult. They forget to turn the mic on.
1 goal, all right.
But I'm be happy with you. Oh my goodness. You should have voted in the first place and then it doesn't tie.
Great job working on it. That gives you 9.
Wait, on pillar 4, on pillar 4, you have noted on there 2 goals, and we have 1 in yellow. So were you counting also the explore, refit, and refurbish of older house stock? Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, right, because that number went up.
Okay.
And that was something that was identified before.
And then
Right.
on pillar 5, we've got 2, but the middle one, the encourage redevelopment, went up to a 5.5. So do you have that one as well?
It is not currently in the count, but we can add that. Refit, that one, so in pillar 4, That one scored a 5.5. Where we had the changes in the ratings was in Pillar 5. And so that is on the second goal there on encourage redevelopment of hotspots. That went from a 5.125 to a 5.5. Once we changed those ratings. He did, yes, correct. Pillar 4 was unchanged. It came out rated the way I received all of those was 5.5.
So you could go 3 goals in Pillar 5?
And two in Pillar 4, right?
I think that's, if you need 10, I mean, that one clearly is the only one.
We're just trying to get to a number.
That's clearly the next one up, right? I mean,
Right.
That 5.5, everything else is below that. They get everything above 5.
Adding that third one is a good idea. I think adding that third one is a good idea.
And let me just share with you from a historic perspective. I was going back as I was preparing for today. I did this same exercise with you in 2016. Because I found the file. And in there is a slide that says top 10 priorities. And so 2016, Clay was still here?
Clay, it was Clay.
It was.
Yeah, and our staff is much more highly capable now, so they can take more on.
So there is a bit of a precedent for having 10. And if you're okay with those 10, I think we're good.
So yes, all I ask, Tracy, could you read back our 10 goals? Yeah.
Yes, I would be happy to. So in Pillar 1, our goal is promote a knowledge sharing environment. Pillar number 2, our goal is purposefully break barriers to inclusion. Pillar number 3, develop sense of neighborhood at an appropriate scale. Pillar number 4, explore refit and refurbishment of older housing stock and explore new options for 55 plus or aging in place that maintain high standard of living. Pillar number 5, support the Old Town area and concept and encourage redevelopment of hotspots along commercial retail corridors and work with the commercial/warehouse district for future version 2.0. Pillar 6 is build Coppell's transportation system to connect with regional systems. And Pillar 7 is build backbone of smart operating systems for all resource management. Does that jive with what you all have marked down? Okay. Thank you.
Good job, Tracy.
No, thank you.
All right. That was fun. Congratulations. By the way, let me congratulate, truly congratulations. I have worked with councils where what you just did in an hour would be about a day and a half. So I want to congratulate you for the work that you did. I mean, Mike, you know that's true, right?
I do, yes.
So you have done a lot of work tonight with this, and the work that you all put together with this coming into this makes a difference. I told you coming in at one point that after my little opening spiel that we were 5 minutes ahead, and that it would be sort of up to how fast we work, whether we're done 5 minutes early or we're going on. Well, actually, we're done 10 minutes early. You made up another 5 minutes. Tomorrow, just as a quick aside, we're going to start in the morning with our first quarter review, 5-year forecast, and the debt model. The first quarter review is just a chance for you to talk about, here's the financials, here's how we're doing at the end of first quarter. There's not really any decision there. You can certainly ask questions about it, but it's a chance for us to go, here's how we're doing at the end of quarter 1. The 5-year forecast is simply based on what we know right now. This is what we think the 5-year forecast might be. That's a little bit like saying, based on what you know right now, do you know what the value of your home is going to be in 5 years? It will get pretty close, but nobody's going to give you a mortgage based upon you saying this is what my home's going to be in 5 years, right, Cliff? That's correct. So it is a forecast, which is just on the scale of accuracy, it's a couple of steps better than your thumb in the air, which way is the wind blowing? And then we'll get into the debt model so that you can understand how debt, what we do and how levers move with debt. Those things will set up what I believe will be really important conversations around what do you do with the homestead exemption, what's your direction on tax rate, and what's your direction on the overall budget. Those first three items inform those other conversations that you'll have. We'll start in the morning at 8:30. Breakfast will be at 8. No?
Yeah, we posted at 8, but the idea is that you start about 8:30. Just you know, it takes. Well, breakfast is starting to be available at 7:30. But based on past history, unless y'all want to do something different, it takes a while for y'all to get going. So
I endorse that.
So the actual start time would be 8:30.
That's what I'm talking about.
8:30.
Are you okay? Is that okay?
Yeah,
we can start.
Breakfast is going to be available at 7:30. Starting at 7:30.
Ashley's saying yes.
Plenty of time to have breakfast, Mr. Long.
So would you like to start officially at 8:30?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I anticipate that we will be done. We're going to be done right around noon, by noon. So letting Kevin sleep an extra hour is not going to rob the rest of you of your afternoon.
We'll be here early in the afternoon, but not in the morning. I'm sorry.
So with that in mind, thanks for a good night. How'd we do today?
Well, I got a couple of things. Don, did you have something?
You know, that 5-year forecast, Mike, that we're going to talk about, is that going to include the 5-year CapEx projected? I mean, is that incorporated? Is that incorporated somewhere in this discussion?
The 5-year forecast is a work in progress that I haven't even fully seen yet.
Okay.
So what you're going to see tomorrow, I think it may be in your folder now, is basically the 5-year forecast as it looks at the general fund from a overall, here's the operations, overall, here's the ask, overall, here's the revenue projections with no new revenue rate, flat, or with 3.499. That's as far as y'all are going to see tomorrow. But
okay.
So anyway, so yes, no, you are not getting any details in the 5-year plan tomorrow because they're not done.
Okay. All right.
So I do want to thank everybody for the work plan. This really does let Mike and his team go off and conquer 2023 for us. We'll hear this throughout the year. This is going to be the basis for the rest of the year. So this really is the critical part of what we do at the beginning of the year. So thank you very much for this. To your point, it was quick and easy and in an hour. One request from Mayor Pro Tem. We have a leadership event with the council on February 2nd at 4:30. Would like to get RSVPs and understand if everybody is able to come. So please talk to Brianna.
Yeah, it should be on your calendar, because I know that a hold was on there, and we were looking to do something with staff, and so it's going to Corgi, is that right? Yes. And there's a combination of some people can do, I think there's axe throwing, and some people can do escape rooms with our staff. Look at him.
Cliff's never gonna know.
So I think all that to say, if tomorrow you can just kind of give us a yay or nay, because if not, we can always move the date. Okay, we can always move the date if we need to.
Is it already RSVP? No.
Okay.
I'm on an airplane.
Okay. We can always.
We'll talk about that tomorrow.
Okay, we'll look at it tomorrow, and then that way we can reschedule if we need to, because we'd love all of council to be there if possible, so just let us know tomorrow.
All right, anybody have anything else before we adjourn? Well, the time is about 8:24, and we are recessed until tomorrow morning at 8:30. Good morning, everybody. Today is Saturday, January 22nd. The time is 8:30 a.m., and we're going to reconvene into a work session for the Coppell City Council. Today, we're going to be going over basically the financials for 2023, of which will start in October. This stuff occurs every year. We do it every year, and it's amazing how fast it creeps up on you and how fast it occurs. Today is the day that we're going to have discussions over the things that impact all of our citizens on a daily basis, and it is absolutely what we're here for. Just keep in mind that we have to keep the best of the future of Coppell in our hearts, and we'll come to the right decision. First item on the agenda is our citizens' appearance. Ashley, do we have anybody signed up for citizens' appearance? And I don't see anybody that has got a burning desire to speak. So with that, we'll move on to our budget discussions. And so, Randy?
Good morning, everyone. I am going to spend a couple of moments just sort of refreshing on last night and setting the stage for today. Then we'll move fairly quickly into the conversation. I'm going to go back and remind us all of the session deliverables that we talked about that we wanted to accomplish. I think we are on track. Today is really the part where we'll be talking a lot about guidance on critical goals and priorities. You'll have a chance to do that in the budget as we talk about the budget discussion later on. Also, some of the key issues, you notice that we have a few of those on your agenda for today. The homestead exemption, the tax rate. Also with the overall budget, because the things that we'll be discussing will have a financial impact. We do have a space in that without violating the open meeting, without violating our agenda responsibilities. We have some space to wander a little bit in there. Obviously, if we get to the point where any of us start to feel uncomfortable, then we'll rein that back in. So if you see somebody from the staff going, no, that's a pretty good chance that we probably ought to stop and at least ask and pull back. I don't anticipate that today, but just to be aware that if it goes too far down any direction, if we have to pull you back, understand why we do that. First off, I want to go back and also remind us, last night, you came up with 10 goals with 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, and 1 on your pillars. Are you still happy with that? I don't want to totally relitigate that, but let me just stop and say, are you still happy with that? Anything you want to discuss, Mayor?
So I did give that some thought last night, and I'm actually much happier with the outcome that we came up with last night than what we started with going in. The pillar number 5 was our highest ranked pillar by a considerable margin. Number 4 was our second highest, and so it made sense to give those more weight as an overall group, and I think this does that. So yes, I was very pleased with the way the solution that we came up with.
Good. Any other comments on that? Yeah, when we redid that, it sort of redid the numbers.
When we redid it just worked out naturally very nicely. So I was very pleased with that.
Yes. Any other comments? Yes, Kevin.
I just want to say I appreciated the collaborative effort and environment that we made that decision in. I think that went really, really well. So.
Not to say, Bijou, thank you for pointing out that your numbers weren't recorded, because that made the whole thing work out very well. So Well, it all worked out very well.
Also, last night, you heard the recommendations from the Smart City and the Ford groups. Any comment or reflection on those as you thought about that last night?
I'm going to pose a question, not a comment. So are we moving fast enough with those?
On Smart City or Ford or both?
Both.
We'll know in time. It's one of those kind of deals where, this thing I was thinking about, how much do we want to push this? And so I think we came up with a...
Over here first and then Mark.
Yeah, I think we're going at a good pace, especially with the turnover that we've just had in those two committees. It gives us an opportunity to, I think, uphold and explore the work that the previous committees have done, but also giving time for those new committee members to get in there, see what they can contribute, and then we'll see what they can bring to the table.
Mark?
Keeping in mind that this is the 2040 plan, I think we're moving at the right pace. But some of the solutions which the Ford task force are looking at really may not be able to occur until future redevelopment. So kind of looking down the road and putting that type of plan in place, I think we're moving along just fine.
So I posed the question almost rhetorically because my first impression was that we're moving too quickly, or too slowly. And then I started thinking about what we were really trying to accomplish, and I agree completely that it is a 2040 plan. We're still 19 years away, or 18 years away. And I think this is all new, and that's the other thing. This is, the Ford and Smart Cities are new boards. And so we really kind of have to feel our way with both of them because we don't know, we don't know what we don't know in those areas, and that's exactly what they're there for. We as a council need to encourage the board members. I don't want to see them get frustrated by our perceived lack of action, but we've been very clear with them that they are a long-range committee, and they need to understand that this is not for instant gratification. So I haven't heard any of them getting frustrated with that. So I don't think that's a problem, but we just need to make sure that they understand that they've got our support. And I think what we did last night is absolutely what they needed to hear. We gave them the concurrence of the council to move forward. And I think I think we're headed in the right direction and at the right pace. So sorry for the rhetorical question, but I actually changed my thought on that last night after we got home. So
it's a great question. I'm sorry, Brianna.
No, mine was really just an overall comment in the sense that I think we are moving at the right pace because it is 2040, as Mark mentioned. I think the other thing is that what I noticed in those two presentations, I think what I really appreciated about the Ford one was that they used the words evaluate and like the RFP for, evaluating or assessing the needs. And I think I'd like to see that on both of them. I think that's really what we needed, even on the Smart City. We're not at the create point. We're really at the define, evaluate, assess, and determine what, like even as John mentioned yesterday, cost. What does all this look like so that we can be thoughtful in planning?
Any others? Have any of you heard of, it's called the theory of the adjacent possible. And the theory of the adjacent possible says certain things are not possible until certain other things next to them happen. So if you look at, when I work with cities on smart cities, everyone immediately goes to the sexiest thing out there, which is autonomous vehicles. You know, if we could have that. I worked with a city 2 years ago, and so that was very early in this. And the mayor was like, we're going to have every street, we're going to be building total autonomous vehicles. And my whole point was none of that's going to happen until the network change happens. And we have to understand those things have to line up. And so 2040 is a great example of that. And then the other piece of that will be, what's the adjacent possible for your community? So about 3 years ago, I was actually speaking at a conference, the CIO 100 conference by CIO Magazine, and there was a presentation in the morning about autonomous vehicles. Everybody's really excited. I ended up at lunch sitting next to a guy who works in the IT office or the IT function, CIO function for Boeing aircraft. So I just asked him, I said, so what do you think about all this autonomous vehicle stuff? And he said, I just don't get it. I don't understand why everybody's excited about it. I said, well, what do you mean? And he said, we've had the ability to have autonomous planes flying for 20 years. And yet still people get on an airplane, and when they do, they look over to see if there's someone that looks reasonably sober in the cockpit. So some of the things that we're going to be dealing with are really the adjacent possible is going to be the adjacent possible of what the community is willing, how quickly they're willing to move. So let me pose the question to you to sort of put it into perspective. And this is, I did some planning for a regional transportation authority as they were talking about this. And the question came up is, will autonomous vehicles replace trains and buses? So the question I would ask you is this: would you put your child in an autonomous vehicle to send them to school? And interestingly enough, most people say no, although surprisingly, a large number of people will put their kids in an Uber with somebody that have no idea who they are. And then somebody brought that up and said, well, at least in an autonomous vehicle, I could FaceTime them and make sure they're, watch them. But so when you think about this notion of where we're headed, there's a human behavior piece that we're going to have to consider. And there's the technology of what's possible, and the adjacent is going to be, what are we humans willing to do to embrace that? So, I agree, Mark. We are moving at a right pace, and some of us who might be more reluctant to change from generational aspects, we will be gone by 2040, at least out of the decision-making picture. We'll be out of the decision-making picture by 2040, not gone, but we won't be making those choices. Demographics is destiny. There's going to be more of them than there are of us. So with that in mind, let's move on. Let's jump into our agenda. By the way, just to let you know from a schedule standpoint today, we're going to try to take a break right around 10 a.m. So we're going to shoot for getting things done and take a break right around 10 a.m. I want to leave you I'd love to leave you an hour and a half to 2 hours to talk about the budget aspects today and some of the more difficult issues. So we're going to move pretty quickly through these very first pieces, and let's jump into it with the first quarter review.
So let's bring the mic over here.
Okay. Thank you. Tracy, are you?
I need training. It's great to be here this morning. Thank you. Okay, great.
So if we had to do a furthest travel to get here this morning, would you win?
Probably 32 miles. No, no problem. So this morning, I wanted to provide you a quick overview of the quarterly report that you receive every quarter. You do also receive a monthly report. The difference between the quarterly report and the monthly report is the quarterly report includes the investment report, which is we are required to provide you on a quarterly basis in accordance with the investment policy. Just next slide. That's good. Yeah, just to the table of contents. So I just wanted to go over the table of contents. We include a memo, which is really your executive summary. So if you don't look at anything, that would be the piece to look at. Then we include the general fund walk forward, which is something that's not new to you. It's provided in the monthly report, it's provided here, it's in the budget, and it's something that we go over during the budget work sessions. The next is the income statement for the general fund, water, sewer, and debt service, and that's just showing you revenues and expenditures to date. We also include a line item detail of mayor council's budget, so you can actually see how much of your budget's been spent and who's been paid. And then if you'll scroll up a little bit more, Tracy, we provide you with the revenue report and expenditures reports that's from the system. So if you want to dig deeper in, you can see what's there. And again, the quarterly investment report, water and wastewater graphs, and then along with the sales tax collections graph. Next slide. So it's going to spend some time just on the memo. We want to make sure that when we're providing you the information, we're giving you an overview of general fund budgeted revenues. And so it would be, so far to date, we've collected 38.5% of the current revenues, or about 24 million. Of this, about almost 96% is from your tax category. And that's reasonable because people are paying their property taxes in December, trying to get that in for their tax purposes. The next big month for taxes is January because they're due by the end of the month. And so December and January is when you're going to see heavier collections. So that's one of the reasons, we don't receive revenue on a consistent basis, 25% each quarter. It's really just depends on when those items are due. The next thing are our expenditures, and this one didn't get updated. The expenditures, we've spent about 20% of our expenditures for the general fund to date. So that's roughly 25%, which was kind of what you would expect. 1/4 of your expenditures have been incurred. Just keep in mind that a lot of what we do, summer is our big time. So, your parks and things like that, they're going to be spending more money in the summertime. So you are going to see some fluctuations, but roughly about 25% each quarter. And then for the next area is the water and sewer. And we've collected about 25.63% or about $5 million of the budget. And just remember that water sewer, our peak months are summer. So you're going to see an increase in revenue more in the summer for the water sewer fund as opposed to the winter. And then let me see, we've spent about 8% of our budget. The next area or the next fund that we present to you is debt service. Of course, debt service is property taxes, which is where the revenue is coming from. We haven't spent any money because our principal and interest payments are due February 1st and August 1st. So that's when you would see those expenditures come through. And then as the memo tells you, we present you with the investments, the water, wastewater, and the sales tax. And if you'll scroll through, we can stop here. So this is the general fund fund balance walk forward. And I just want to make sure that I cover with you the first part is just walking forward where we ended as a fund balance from the end of the previous year, so 9/30 of 2021. We're showing you what we estimate revenues to be based on the budget and expenditures to come down to what we project the fund balance to be. However, we have certain categories that we've placed that total fund balance in. So if you'll scroll up a little bit, the first is non-spendable, and that's the 10% that's required by charter. So that's 10% of our budgeted expenditures for the year. The next area is restricted, and I wanted to give you all kind of a heads up on this restricted area. That's restricted for 911, for PEG, and for solid waste. So that money can only be used by what legislation or agreements third parties have told us how that can be used. So we've decided that that really qualifies for a special revenue fund. So we're going to move that out, put it in a separate revenue fund. That way you're going to see that revenue and how we're spending it. It's going to be just a little more clear for you on how that money is being used. So that category is going to go away in the next budget process. The next piece is committed, and that is, it's basically policies that council has set up, the 15% of fund balance, and then the economic development revenue threats, and then the projects. The next area is your assigned. The first one is your CRDC. That's where we're moving the 35% of sales tax into the general fund to help cover the cost of those projects that the sales tax was passed to support. And then the other pieces are things that they're things, projects that you have told us or that staff has brought to you that we want to do, but we just don't know when those are going to happen. So we've kind of designated that money and said, we plan to do these, we just don't know what year to budget it in. And then the following is the Rule 3.334 implementation. And so what we've been doing, we've been budgeting on as if the rule is in place. And so this is the difference between what we budgeted and what we've actually received in revenue for sales tax. And so we've shown you what it is, what we did in 2020 when we first started, when we first heard about the rule change, and then what happened last year. And then we're also setting aside the revenue recoveries. And then there are a couple of ideas on maybe how that additional funding can be used, which leaves your unassigned fund balance. And the unassigned fund balance is really what you have in case of an emergency. So if something happened and we weren't getting any revenues, how would we support the city? In addition, that would be that piece. So if you want to go ahead and go up. And then this I've already really given you a summary. This is the income statement for the general fund, and you can keep scrolling, Tracy. Keep going, keep going. And then we have the water sewer. You can keep going through these. We've kind of already talked about those. Scroll back down. The line item detail for council, go back up to the line item right here. So you can see right here is where, go up. I wanted to get to where we paid this is hard, where we paid the service orgs. So you can see 50% of your all's budget has been spent, but that's because we paid the service orgs. So you can go. It's toward, right there, special projects. So you can see that we've already spent and who received what, which is in compliance with the direction that we received during the budget. So you can go through that. And then the investments, we provide you a list of, and you can stay right here. Right here is good. Well, that's September, so go back to the first one. Right here. So for the investments, we provide you with what we have invested in the 3 pools. We invest in TexPool, Techstar, and Texas Glass. And then we have been investing in T-notes. Historically, we have invested in discount notes, which means that our cost would have been less than par. The market has kind of changed, so we've been investing more in the T-notes, so we are paying a premium. So it looks like, and I want to make sure I explain this to you, it looks like we were paying more than what we're actually going to receive, but we're receiving interest. And so we hold everything to maturity. So although the market has come down, we are going to get the par value plus the interest each quarter. So we are actually earning money. We are not losing money. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that. Are there any questions on that? No. Okay. Go through. And we always provide the current quarter and then the previous quarter. We show you what's matured and the items that we've purchased. You can keep going up. Right here, I mean, that's showing, we provide you with our investment yield. So the purple is what we've earned compared to what the pools are earning and what the treasury notes are earning. And then this next slide, this is the slide, wastewater slide. This one's really important because if you see this year when we're really high, all of these years are really pretty consistent. That's 2016, and that's when we had the inflow and infiltration. It actually started before then. It hadn't been solved yet. We hadn't figured out what was going on. But this slide is really what alerted us to that flow issue, which, if some of you may recall, increased our flow significantly to TRA and added about $1.1 million to the cost of our flow to TRA at that time. So if you can go up. Is that it? Oh, we skipped to go down. So right here, we also provide you with the water sales. So we're just showing you each year what we've billed in water for each month. And then the other one was sales tax. Right here is showing you how sales tax is flowing for the several years. So are there any questions about your quarterly report?
Thank you, Mayor. If you go to page 4 real quick. Okay, where are we at? I might have missed this, but the Old Town signage, that equivalent to, I guess, $300,000. What kind of signage are we talking about?
There are 2 projects identified. One of them is the money that was originally set aside. Some of it's been spent. It was the directional signage that you see at different locations around Old Town that are specific to Old Town.
So within Old Town?
Yes. So the second part of so that was debated, discussed, retrofitted, and then okayed, and so those were installed. The second piece to that is that the council at the time really wanted to do something where we could put up, I'll just put big sign banners. I don't know how else to say it. So those are being designed actually as we speak for, I know Denton Tap, at least 1 or 2 locations on Denton Tap. And then I think a couple of locations on Freeport, but I'm not 100% sure. But these would be signs that would literally stretch the 6 lanes of Denton Tap, and that would stretch over Freeport.
I'm sorry, when was this approved?
It's about 3+ years ago.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Right.
I was trying to see whether I missed it or not.
And let me be real clear. What was approved was the signage for the Old Town and the direction to go get the design for the banners. We have not brought that project forward yet because it hasn't been bid. And until y'all approve that, those funds sit there.
Okay. Cliff, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yes, obviously. You know, I'm sitting over here on one cheek and the other.
Basically, what we did is if you recall, Kim, we came up with the idea of putting arches over each one of the bridges going into Old Town. And this is what's left, I think, of the original $400,000 that we said the arches were got with. So we mulled on that for a while and we said, no, we're not going to do that. And so that's when we ended up with the $300,000 that we put in reserve for signs. And, you know, and I was assured that we were going to get these banners, you know, like the little small towns have when the rodeo comes to town, 4 or 5 years ago when this was going on. But, you know, how municipalities are, they take time. So one of these days we're going to get that.
Before 2040.
Yeah, that's right. Before 2040, right? My 100th birthday, by the way.
And he said, I'm not going to make it. Randy, I don't know. What a pessimist. So anyway, that's the sort of the backstory, as I recall, on the $300,000.
This was a discussion, and you probably can't tell, it was a pretty painful discussion that we had. Part of it was promoting Old Town, part of it was actually promoting the Art Center. There was a request to put in a digital signage to promote the Art Center that the council turned down. So it's been an ongoing discussion, and per Councilmember Long, we're not quite finished yet. So it's going to come back and we'll get to hear more parts of it.
Okay, and so another part is the unreserved, the undesignated $57 million that we're talking about. And you said that it was basically for some, in case if we had such as no revenue for emergency purposes.
Well, and I can elaborate. So our AAA rating, really a significant portion, a significant reason of why we're AAA rated is because of our undesignated fund balance. Because Coppell's not as big as other cities that have a bigger property values, so their assessed property values are much higher. So because we have such a strong fund balance that we can rely on should something happen, that has contributed to our AAA rating.
So that amount, is that an amount, I don't know if it's a percentage or a certain amount based on our general revenue that we usually collect?
So we've asked the rating agencies, like, what does that need to be? How many days of that? And they never will be specific on what it should be. They're just, it's good. They will never tell us specifically, you need, 180 days, you need a year's worth. They will not be that specific with us because that's just one portion of the AAA rating. There's a lot of other things that they're looking at, this and combined with other things. So they're looking at this with SB2, the rule change. I mean, there's a lot of factors in their evaluation of whether we say AAA.
And that's also taking into consideration if the tax collection changes, that amount is still, I guess, seen as good?
This amount is still, so when we went through, and you can come in, but when we went through the rating agencies earlier in 2021, when we issued the bonds for Beltline, they were very impressed with how we were very proactive regarding SB2 and the rule change and COVID, and had plans in place, and we were able to react really quickly, and that we had the reserve set up that if we had significant impact to our revenues, we would still be able to provide the services that we've been providing. And do you?
Yeah, and just a couple of comments. Again, going back to the rating agencies on that particular number, Jason, I will put it on him. Jason Hughes, and this was probably about 5 or 6 years ago, Mayor. For some of you remember, she's right. They never gave us a target or anything along those lines. But Jason arbitrarily put out a number around 28 million, and nobody could tell you why that particular number he picked. But at the time, our budget was X, and it was about half the budget, so it was about 50% of our expenditures, roughly. So I don't know that that's what he tagged onto or not, but I'm not sure. But just to put it in perspective, our budget this year is 63 million, and we have 56 million in unreserved. The other thing that they talked about last year, not only were they positive about us having a plan, working the plan, and sticking to the plan, is that when it comes to the expenditures out of our fund balance, specifically this particular area, as long as, they made this comment, as long as you're spending it down, which you have every right to do, but you're doing it on one-time expenses and not ongoing operations, they would not ding us as far as our rating is concerned, because it is for one-time expenses, not ongoing expenses.
So are we able to quantify how much we save in interest on bonds if we go from if we're downgraded from a AAA to a AA? I mean, I think this number buys us those exceptional rates that we get. Am I correct? So like on a $30 million bond, do we have an idea what that difference might be? And, is there, I mean, is that in a sense, paying us back for having that amount?
And I know we've asked that question to Jason, and he's answered it, and I can't remember, and we do.
So the interest rate goes up, but the other thing is we always have the opportunity to purchase, basically, I call it insurance, that's not the right term for it, to buy the equivalent of the interest rate of a AAA rating. So even if we go to AA, I'm just using that as an example, and it's a higher interest rate, then we could pay more to buy the interest rate down. So once it goes down below AAA, it is more expensive to one way or the other. But to quantify it, that'd be a question we could go back and ask.
So that to buy that bond at a AAA rating is a certain percentage more than or on the bond. And,
there is, I don't know, it's like an actuarial scale.
Yeah.
Whatever you're rating and whatever you're purchasing, that rate's higher, then you're going to pay for that gap through this insurance, basically.
Is it so that gap?
It's kind of like if you're buying down your interest rate on your mortgage.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
So
a similar.
It's a point.
That gap, the returns that we're getting from the T-notes on 56 million, does that cover that? I mean, if that was back down to, say, a random number of, say, of 46 million, so we knocked 20 million off that on the T-note returns.
So there's arbitrage. So we cannot take our bond money and earn more than what we are paying in interest, or we have to give it to the IRS.
Gotcha.
There was a time period when people were issuing bonds to be able to use that money to invest it, to earn, and the rules were changed once that was discovered.
Other questions? Bijou.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a line item, the discussion point C is debt modeling, but I don't know if I'm jumping the gun here for asking the question early. My question in reference to is, on the budget, page 159, we have we issued bonds for CRDC and sales tax based on the revenue, $26 million, and certificate of obligation is $13 million. That's about $39 million. Based on the revenue, sales tax revenue projection from the previous estimates we had. Now, are you following me what I'm saying? Yeah. So now we know we may not have that sales tax revenue when we issued the certificate of obligation and the bonds in future coming years. How will that affect our bond rating as well as this unassigned fund?
So when we issued the revenue bonds on page 159, there's two different bond types. There's revenue bonds and certificate of obligations. So the revenue bonds, once they're rated, and they've been issued. So that rating doesn't change. And I think it was AA, which is why the next time we issued certificate of obligations, because then it's the city's rating that is used. So we issued certificate of obligations for CRDC projects, but CRDC is paying for those. Sales tax must first pay the debt payment before it can be used for other things. So am I answering your question?
No. So my question is, when we issued the bond, we told the agency
our projection of sales tax revenue is X. Today we know we may not be collecting that due to the 3.334 rule.
Mhm.
How will that affect us?
So it's not going to affect the current bond issues. It would affect future bond issues if you chose to issue revenue bonds in the future. Okay.
But we still have to make the payment to the existing one based on the projection we had from the past.
No.
No, it's not based on a projection. It's
not
based on actual revenue.
Right.
And the revenues from the CRDC cover the bonds payments.
Yes, but today we know we may not.
No, they cover, remember, we're budgeting as if the rule was already in place. So when you look at that budget, it shows the total revenue minus the debt service, right? So the debt service is paid first. And it's completely covered. So is there something more to your question?
So
for going forward, it will always cover the debt. If that's what your concern is, the debt will always be paid by the sales tax that we receive based on an understanding if we only receive 60% or 45% of the revenue.
I understand we will pay the debt first. That
Right.
we have to
So
do.
what? So help us
Additional
understand your question.
So additional expenses are filled into that numbers we had on the CRDC.
The
Right.
balance of the
Employee
revenue.
expenses,
Right.
And so on.
Right. Uh-huh.
So all our sales tax
Right.
revenue affected.
Right.
How will we accounting those going forward when we know we may not be collecting that amount?
Okay, well, that is a later discussion during the budget,
Right.
not during the fund balance conversation.
Right, yeah, and just to sort of put that aside and kind of frame it a little bit, the fund balance tells you exactly what you have at any given time. How we think about the bonds that you have will be paid based upon the rate that was in place at the time. So you assume that. Now, as we get into the budget with how do we budget for future revenue, that comes back out at that point. And so we will get to that. So hang on to that question, Bijou. Other questions?
I appreciate questions. So.
Kevin.
Yeah, just so for clarification's sake, so the Rule 3.334 implementation line item right there, you've got the 6.5 and the 13.4. So that is additional funds that we have taken in, but in our budget, we're basically budgeting as 3.334 is in place, correct? So that's the extra sales tax that we've collected?
That is the dollars beyond what you have in your adopted budget. So that is the excess revenues from sales tax because of the changes we made in 1920 and 2021. So that puts us roughly at about $20 million of excess revenues. So we've identified them here.
Perfect.
We haven't spent them.
Perfect.
We spent what the council adopted in the budget.
Perfect.
And then we identified early on and said, for budgeting purposes, we've identified the capital fleet replacement. That's what it would take to knock that out so that on an annual basis, you don't necessarily have to budget.
Mm-hmm.
And for the IT replacement. So we put those in there. We offered those as a suggested way to deal with that. So that still even left you, if you went down this plan, not that any of that was being spent because it still hasn't been spent, that still leaves the council an additional $5 million above that. To your point about debt, if you wanted to say you want to go pay cash for fire station number 1 relocation, or you wanted to go pay cash for Royal reconstruction, these are the funds that you could use. That's what I mean by the one-time expenses. It's not ongoing, and therefore you don't issue debt. And that gives you have great latitude and flexibility. You are in a beautiful position to think about the future, and you have flexibility to be able to do what you think you'd like to be able to do.
Thank you for the clarification on that. Appreciate it.
we are also keeping this in reserve in the event the state rules say, hey, give me all the money back retroactively for the sales tax we paid to you?
Okay, that's different.
Okay.
The rule didn't go into place till this October. So those funds are not funds that are ever going to be retroactively gathered by the state. In this year's budget, we are taking a separate account in case 334 were to be upheld.
Okay.
And that's presuming the state were to go back to October 1st. We don't know that they will do that.
Right.
But that's being kept completely separate, and that is not in this equation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
American. A couple things back on your memo. I would have expected, the water and sewer fund, the expenses to be basically a quarter also. So is it just some seasonality in expenses also?
So you have to remember that the majority of our expenses are for water and sewer.
Mhm.
So if our water and sewer sales aren't at the summer months, then it would correlate with the revenue more closely. So
Okay.
we aren't purchasing as much water, we're not sending as much sewer flow. So those are your large expenses. So those are.
But the revenue is already at 25%, right? So I guess that's where the disconnect was, because I would have thought those would have been closer.
Yeah. And the other piece is that we pay for TRA, which is the flow to Trinity River. We pay a set amount each month. So the flow could be less.
Well, it's fine. It was just for more of a nuance.
You do a true up. I mean,
okay, so that makes sense.
You do a true up through the process, and so
yeah,
we're only taking so much water, so therefore we're paying DWU for only so much, right?
Okay.
TRA we're only sending, and also remember with sewer, because not everything's flowing through the sewer, right?
Right.
It's not ever going to match exactly with water intake.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I sort of would have expected it.
And some of it can be for capital outlay that hasn't been purchased.
I was wondering if that was part of it also, is there were some other things that are going to get run through the budget that haven't been run through the budget yet and everything. And then on the actuals, the negative interest income, does that have something to do with purchasing, like a premium you have to pay? A premium you have to pay for the bonds or for notes?
For financial reporting purposes at year end, we have to take what the market value is on 9/30, and we have to adjust all of our investments to that 9/30. So we were basically taking a paper loss, and we're reporting that at the end of the year, and then at the beginning of this year, we would reverse that accrual. Well, typically that amount isn't very much. And so we just wait until the end of the fiscal year. When we book our new accrual, we reverse out the prior year's accrual. Well, we noticed this, and so we're gonna do that reversal in January to get rid of that reversal, because we have a paper loss because of the rates in September went up compared to when we bought our things. If we would have sold our investments on September 30th, we would have lost money. But we hold until maturity, and so we won't have a loss. Unfortunately for businesses, and for FASB, so for normal businesses, they can designate their investments as held to maturity, so they don't have to follow this comparing it to market. We don't have that kind of classification.
Well, I was confident we weren't paying for our investments or anything, and I figured it was just some accounting nuance. So I was just curious since it sort of stood out.
Thank you for asking.
No, I think that was all, and I think you answered my other question about the current excess sales tax over budget is just being held back in preparation in case they claw back at some point, right? So I think you answered that already. All right, that's what I had.
If I heard correctly, you said there is no callback for the sales tax collection that we've received so far until there is actually a decision. We're not going to get.
Yeah, what I was saying is in 1920. There is no clawback. In 2021, there's no clawback.
Right.
In 21-22, there could be, beginning from October 1 forward. That's what's not showing up here, and that's what's being set aside. So it doesn't, again, we're living within the means of the adopted budget, which is based on the assumption that the rule is in place.
Right. But everything that we collected so far is not with the assumption that we're going to have to give back, correct? To this
For 21, 22.
Right.
We're setting it aside as if it were going to be clawed back.
21, 22.
The budget we're in right now.
Okay, right now. Right. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
That.
Well, because I'm thinking that if the decision doesn't come until September, October, that's when it actually goes into.
The comptroller's position is that the rule went into effect October 1st of 2021. And all we did was we're buying time from the comptroller's perspective.
Okay.
And his interpretation, correctly so, is that the rule is in place. We basically got a stay.
Okay.
So if in September they say, nope, the rule's real, I don't know how he's going to do it, but he could technically go back to October 1st on us.
But we're not the only one. That's every.
No, but that's the reason why I say I don't know how he's going to do it. So it's because it's not just us.
Right.
It's statewide, and I don't know how that's going to work.
So can I answer Councilmember Carroll's question about water sewer expenditures? In the water sewer, they also pay for their debt. And so that's over $2 million, and that wouldn't happen until February. So that's a piece of it. And then the capital outlay is about 600,000. I don't think we've paid much of that. And then if you, the rates are set to cover everything. So it's to cover all of the costs of the fund. And so it wouldn't equate equal to equal for the cost of the water. And then the other piece is the reimbursement from the water sewer fund to the general fund. We just take a portion of that each month, and it's based on what's happening in the general fund, it's not allocated equally.
So the 25% in revenue really doesn't equate to 25% of our water, sewer.
Correct. Right.
That piece really isn't at 25% of the year, right? Because this is the low point.
Right,
So
correct.
But the revenues are being brought in to cover everything.
To cover everything, to cover utility billing, utility operations,
right.
You know, everything, not just water and sewer.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions? Thank you. All right, let's move on to discussion of the 5-year forecast.
Yep. I'm looking to Kim again.
Kim, come on back. You did such a great job last time. We're going to ask you to do this again.
It's a PowerPoint presentation.
While we're setting that up, I want you to remember, kind of in the 5-year forecast, reinforce again, this is what we know right now. It is, in many ways, looking beyond the horizon. So,
yes, council presentation.
Council presentation. There you go. Yes, sir.
Got it. I wanted to take just a few minutes to talk to you about the 5-year forecast and kind of what you can expect. But first, I wanted to talk to you about the purpose of the 5-year forecast, then share the timeline of the 5-year forecast, and then just provide you kind of an overview of the process and where we're at in the process. So for the purpose of the 5-year forecast, it's really to engage, educate, and share Coppell's story. So we want to engage both citizens and employees in the long-range planning of the city. We want to educate both citizens and our employees concerning the city's future activities. And we want the 5-year forecast document to be a resource to you, to staff, and to citizens regarding the citizen-led 2040 strategic plan, and how that's being incorporated into the operations and financial decisions of the city. And then this document also shares all the various ways that citizens can participate and engage and partner with the city. Next is the calendar. So as you can see, staff starts with a kickoff in September. So we wrap up the budget and jump right into the 5-year forecast. And with that, it's the assistant directors that are really leading this project or this process. And the first kickoff meeting, we discuss how can we improve the process from the previous year. We discuss, how often are we going to meet? What are the due dates? What are the expectations? And then the next thing is we meet with the department members that are responsible for putting together their 5-year forecasts. Then between October and now, we're meeting to share what's in our individual departments. So part of the process is each assistant director is sharing what's in their operations. What are they needing from an operations standpoint, so that everybody at the assistant director level and all of the departments understand the needs of each other. Then they talk about the requests that they've submitted, which are, it could be for new programs, it could be for people, it could be for, equipment that they need to replace. It's really those extra items above just their normal operations. And they share why it's needed. They complete a prioritization matrix when they're doing that. The prioritization matrix, I'll talk about in a little bit, but they submit those. Right now, they're going through preparing what they want to present to the city manager and the directors. The assistant directors are putting together kind of what they want the document, what they think our focus should be as far as the requests that they've submitted and what they are recommending should be approved. Then the directors will take that feedback from the assistant directors and they'll provide more feedback, which will then be incorporated into the draft that we bring to council, which we normally bring it in April, but there's a 5th Tuesday in March. So you will get to see the 5-year forecast on March 29th. The last piece, if you want to go to the next one, is this is just kind of a snapshot of what we're looking at, and it's just the general fund, so that you can see they're putting together and the operations. So how much do they think the operations of the general fund for all departments of the general fund? And then the next line item is their requests. So for 22-23, they have about $3.8 million worth of requests. So the total between the operations and the requests that they're saying they need for next fiscal year is about 68.7 million. Then we take and we look at it a couple different ways. We look at projecting revenues as flat. So that's basically keeping the tax rate flat. So you can see if we kept the tax rate flat, we would generate about 64.8 million, which means that would cover, it would cover almost our operations. We'd have a shortfall of about 45,000, so there would be nothing left to do any of their requests. Now, the next scenario that we look at is projected revenues based on a 3.499% increase in revenue. That's not an increase in the tax rate. I just want to make sure that I'm pointing that out. It's an increase in the revenue of 3.499. And so that would bring projected revenues to about $65.6 million. So then the available for requests would be about 791,000 compared to the 3.8 million that they're requesting for next fiscal year. So this is the scenario that we go through. And this is not by any means done. I mean, that's just where we're at in the process. They're looking at what's critical as far as their requests. What do they absolutely need to be able to continue to provide service at the level that they're providing it? And then they're prioritizing those as a group. They're coming together and looking at how the department scored their priorities, and determining at a group what they want to recommend as this is critical, this could be, you know, this is high, medium, and low, or maybe we've thought about it and we'll just move that out to a different year. So there's a process. This is just the beginning. This is just looking at it. It'll look different when we get it to you.
So question,
Mhm.
the 3.499 number, the 65.6 million, is that based on a growth in the taxable value or new construction or both?
So we just, right now, we're just doing a 1.5%. This just says a 1.5% growth in values.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I guess to that point then, so the proposed revenues flat wouldn't be a flat tax rate then? Aren't I thinking about that right? If you're actually assuming there's 1.5% growth in value.
So it would not, your tax bill would not be the same this under both years. Just because it says a flat tax rate does not mean that your tax bill would be the same for Coppell. If is that your question?
Well, I'm trying to think. I sort of had the same question you did, is what were we doing with property value? So 1.5% increase is just assumed on property values.
Correct.
So the proposed projected revenues, okay, I think I get it now. So you are going to get an increase in revenue because of the value, only because of the value.
And you
only
can
because
see
of the
it
value.
went from 63 to 64.
Got it. Okay, right. I got it straight now. All right, thanks.
Anybody else?
Excellent, thank you.
Bless you.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very challenging, always a very challenging equation when you start looking at how property tax revenue is determined in the state of Texas. Other states don't do it quite like we do, with a combination of value and rate, and other states are a little cleaner. Some other states are a little cleaner than us. Then again, Texas has always been unique, so it is the challenge we face. Let's talk about the debt model.
Tracy, you want to pull that up?
Why are you guys doing this?
Well, this exercise is actually just, it is a great exercise for y'all. It really is. I get excited about it. The model, when it was originally put together, one of our council members at the time, who is now a mayor, I won't say his name, but it has been modified a few times since then. So
yeah, heavily.
So and let me tell you, Kim will tell you, yesterday we were going through it. It's an extremely dynamic model that we have. So I'm gonna Tracy, go over to your right. There you go. Okay. So I'm going to get down to the graphic in a minute and show you how it works, but what I want to show you is, so in the coming year, our current INS rate, right? Tax rate has two pieces. The current rate is right here, 10.7, right? I just want to make sure I'm going to do this right, Mark. I'm sorry, I don't want to send your way. All right, so we had the sale. And with the sale, defeasing the bonds, you have, I'm going to say this way, you have no choice. It's already taken into account this coming year. Your debt, your INS rate is going to go down, right? By about $0.015, roughly. I'm going to use that. So the 0.9, okay? So you're at a tax rate today of 58 cents. When you walk in the door, you already can have a smile on your face because you know that the tax rate, just based on what happens with the, the sale, will basically show at 56.5. I know all that's flexible because it's all going to be on values and everything along those lines. But my point being is you're starting off in a positive position as far as the tax rate on the INS side is definitely going to go down. All right? So that carries forward. So I say that because as we go through the equation, this is not geeky. I'm just going to say we're going to be going back and forth just so you can kind of see what the impact on the tax rate is as it relates to potential future debt. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You mentioned 1.5 now, but during the discussion in the past, I thought my understanding was about 2%.
The 2 cents was the remaining debt that's not paid off. It was for some other projects.
But no, for the sale.
No, I get it. When I was talking, I was thinking it was the whole 2. The North Lake portion of that portion of the debt that was issued was only 1.5 cents. That's just, I didn't understand that at the time. So anyway. All right, so go ahead and go now over to the formula, to the spread, the graphic. Yeah. You might have to make it a little smaller, just a hair. Yeah, that's a slide. I just needed oh, that's fine. No, it's okay. Come on down, just a hair, so we get the top. Okay.
As you expand it, it won't.
Yeah.
I'll be able to see it.
Yeah. But you have it on your computers. So anyway, so the debt and everything that's included, all this that's included is by an X. So it's streets related. I can't get over how fuzzy it is, or is it my glasses? Okay, streets, parks, varying categories, drainage, fire, and cemetery. And so what we have in here, so if you go back up again a little bit, what we have in here is all those projects, and so now go ahead and go down. We've talked in the past about the service center. We've talked in the past about the potential relocation of Fire Station 1, and we've talked in the past about Royal, right? As far as the reconstruction of Royal. Doesn't say you're doing these projects, and doesn't say you're necessarily going to do them out of debt. Doesn't say any of that. All it does is just build it into the formula as if they were in there, right? So just maybe. I'll drive. I got it. Okay. And so if you go over, and I'm just using this as an example, if you go over in the model, so this is what y'all can kind of play with on your own, but just to show how it works. Yeah, I know. There he goes. All right. Slow. And it's sensitive too. Tracy.
Is it because some of us are in there? Is that messed
I don't know.
So
The graph is hiding what I want.
Yeah. It's moving on my screen.
Somebody's doing that.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody was doing that.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was
Download to the computer.
Yeah, download it to your computer.
Yes. We know it's your tool, Mayor, and you built it.
Yeah, you made the graph go away too.
No, it's.
It just.
Oh,
moves.
God, you really moved. Oh, great. Well, now I can't see.
Control Z twice.
Well, I just want to show. So if I do it by 1 year, oh, go ahead, Tracy.
So here, I'm gonna unshare. Kim is gonna.
I have it downloaded on my computer, so then you could share it.
Oh, so
And
they
then
can't all, okay.
They can play, but they won't be messing up what you're doing.
Yeah, I was wondering, I'm not moving this, why is it doing it?
Got a mind of its own.
We're all in there trying to.
Oh, just do that.
Could you give a little highlight about what the graph actually shows?
Talking about each of the categories. Just wanted to.
Somebody got pulled up.
Oh, where do I? User.
It's kind of hard to look at the bottom, but like the dark blue color, the column there, that's street-related projects. Okay.
So I put in.
And those are already in, right? And it also at this point includes where you see, you have a hard time seeing, there's Royal in there,
In that box.
right? And then there's the service center, and there's the fire station 1 relocation. So the idea is, when we get control, that if you were to delay any one of those 3,
Let's put in my email.
it obviously then moves out to debt, and it allows you to manage what the debt IMS rate would be. And as many times as I've looked at it, interestingly enough, if you were to do all 3 of them, I think it works out to about a 0.5 cent change. So you have flexibility, and as I said, if you choose that you want to pay cash for something, which you have the funds to be able to do it and not issue the debt, obviously that impacts the equation as well. So when y'all go in there, so how about you stay here?
Okay.
We'll drive. Okay. All right, so go ahead and lower it down just enough so that they can see the top of the graph. Okay, that's good, that's good. All right, so take the service center, for example, and just hit 1. Okay, see how that moved just a little bit? So go put it back in, I'll show you. Look right here. Right? So then when she puts in the 1, that's how it moves. All right, and then if you put in 2 and 2 for both Royal and for the fire station, see what happens, your tax rate, while it goes down, then if you bunch those up together like that, then there's that little bit of a slight increase. So now if you go over to the tax rate, yeah. And you can see, so we're at 10.7 now, and this coming year it'll be 9, and we moved out a year, and we moved out to 2 years. And you can see that we're at 10 now, we go to 9, and when we add in the full fire station and Royal, for example, those 3 years, it takes it above the 9. Okay? So that's what I mean by you have a lot of flexibility about how you like to choose. And that's why this model is so nice, because when y'all have the discussion, let's put it this way. We know that Royal's coming, and it's just a choice of when's the right time to do it. And the reason I said move 2 is because not only construction fatigue, but the project itself is going to take about 18 months. So issuing the debt, if that's what you choose to do, you can push it a little bit. On Fire Station 1, you indicated that you've supported generally about the relocation of the fire station, but it's not a commitment. We haven't done any design on it per se, right? We haven't purchased the property or traded the property with the CISD. So y'all haven't made that decision yet, right? It was all part of that ISO process and the analysis that said, while it's only about a mile or so, the relocation really helps serve the south end. And who knows, we may be able to work something out with the city of Dallas when they build their fire station off of Olympus or that area. So, we have some flexibility. Yes, sir.
Those ISO ratings are done every 5 years?
It's almost about every 7 to 8.
7 to 8. Mm-hmm. So we've got a window in there before we would get reassessed and potentially knocked down from the ISO rating.
Yeah, and we're not so sure that would necessarily happen. It was optimization of that location. Okay. With the addition of the hotels and the continued development on the south end, it was more the time it took to respond.
So,
but I'll verify with Kevin about that time frame. But it's not every 5 years.
The last ISO audit that the fire department had, one of the findings, or wasn't a finding, it was a recommendation, was that the coverage for the central portion of the town did not meet our minimum standard of coverage. And it's a time-based measurement that they use. And one of the reasons that we did Fire Station 4 was to fill in on the west side because it had the same problem. The coverage over there was lacking. The same study also showed that there was a similar problem in the central part of town. And it was no one was expecting to see that because it just didn't feel right, but it was a very solid study. And the only way to really fix that was to improve the coverage of the central portion of the town. We're basically talking, more roadish area down to Beltline, that kind of area. And it was so moving the Fire Station 1 to the east was one of the ways to fix that.
When we can get the study back out, so I'll just refresh your memory. We're not asking for that decision, obviously.
Yeah, and just
but that's a background of where this is coming from.
And just to provide a little more background to these guys, they changed the way they measured travel distance. Before it was as the crow flies, and now it's actually as the fire truck drives. So that affected the response rate time.
So when
Thank you.
Yeah, when that decision, we're probably within 12 months to coming back to the council just to say, okay, what do you want us to do? We have a first option on the property for the CISD property. So you position yourself, if you make that decision, we can pull the trigger and make it happen. But you can just see, I guess, my point being is it's in your SharePoint file, and if you want to, okay, go back over. This is a key point. So the way that works, go ahead and go down. Go ahead and take off all three. Take off the time and take off the X's. Okay. I say that because that is an option as well, right? That you don't issue any debt, you go pay in cash, and you can see, bam, what happens with the tax rate. And I'm just showing that so that you know how to play with the model, right? It's either X and it's in, and then here's the years, or no X's and it's out, and that's what it looks like. So now go back now to the and see what happens. So we're at 10.7, we're going to 9 this year, and then then it's 8.4, 3, then 7. So you can see in the next 5 years, just on the INS side, you have direct impact on what the INS side tax rate looks like.
We began using this model about 5 years ago when we had some very large projects coming up, Beltline being one of them. And we had a really big problem with if we implemented everything at the same time, our tax rate was going to really increase. And this was a way of being able to graphically show how we could level that out and maintain a status quo in terms of our tax rate. So Mike is basically offering the same thing now. It gives us the ability to take a look at projects that we know that we've got coming out and when we would want to implement them to minimize the impact.
And this is also a reminder of how the impact of SB2, just like we talked about on defeasing the sale proceeds, automatically it lowers the INS rate. The INS rate is the rate that can fluctuate and is not limited to the 3.499 revenue. It is only on the M&O side, the maintenance and operations side. So as INS goes down, let's just say you didn't do anything, as INS goes down, I'm not going to say necessarily the tax rate, but the INS portion of the tax rate will be going down. Does that make sense to everybody?
If you kept the tax rate the same, then you would have more for in none.
But we can't do that. That's what's happened now under, we've had a great discussion about that. The way the law works now, because it affects it's a revenue cap, if you will, on the M&O side. So
we don't have the ability to, let's say you wanted to keep it at 58 cents and the no new revenue rate was, let's just say 56, and the 3.499 was 57. You couldn't keep it at 58 because you bust the 3.499 on the SB2. Does that help? Okay.
In essence, what they've set you up to do is that at some point, because if you go back down to your graph just a moment. At some point, when I look out 35, 36, 37, that your INS portion of your rate is going to be really low at that point. And what are the chances that you're going to have some new project spending by the time you get that far out? Right, so in essence, what they've set you up to do is, at some point, they've set councils up in general that there's going to have to be a tax rate increase to fund projects for INS-related activities. The legislature set you up to do that. And it's nothing that anyone has done here. It's the legislature, right? Has set you up for having to make that call down the road in 10, 12 years.
And just as a reminder too, for everybody that this is new, we used to have, to your point, there used to be a line that did this. Yeah. And that gap is what if SB2 wasn't in place, the council could have the latitude for that gap. Now that SB2 is in place, we don't have that latitude anymore. It's another way graphically to do it. So that kind of concludes that model and what you can do with it now that it's in SharePoint. And as far as the decision-making tree, as we come forward, you'll always have this in your back pocket that you can look at and get a better idea.
And download it to your computer and don't change it.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was dynamic. Sorry about that, Don.
What are the rules on issuing debt for projects? Do they have to be done at the time of the project, or can you reimburse projects after the fact? Can you pay cash and reimburse yourself later?
And they're called reimbursement resolutions,
okay.
And the council has done that in the past. And a lot of times it's done that related to the design. So they'll pass a reimbursement resolution. I don't know. I think Belmont is almost $1.5 million. So we did a reimbursement resolution. Then when we issued the debt, we had the choice. We just still use the cash, or we go ahead and issue the additional debt to cover the design. So it creates the flexibility for you to do it. And Royal will probably be that kind of example because we have the funds. We can do a reimbursement resolution. To give you an example, on the feast bonds, it says about $1.5 million.
That we have.
Right, it's unaccounted, I say unaccounted for, but we have to, it's kind of like our funds, we have to declare, and it has to be used for similar type projects. Well, Royal would be a similar type project. So you could just use the cash from that to pay for the design. You could do a reimbursement resolution, and it doesn't you don't necessarily have to do that.
Okay, so it gives us some flexibility though for smoothing out. I mean, you got to plan ahead for it all, but you can smooth some of that out if you needed to, and still do the project. If you decided you needed to do the project now, you could still, there would be a way to do it and get reimbursed later for that if you needed to.
The same applies to the fire station one. Let's say y'all make a decision that we want to, and it's like, okay, well, here's where do a reimbursement resolution, we pay for cash for the design, and then when it comes time to do the construction, it's still in your court, whether you want to do it this way or you want to do it this way.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Other questions?
Can I make a clarification that when we do the reimbursement resolution, we bring back what we're telling you, this is how much we're going to reimburse ourselves. So we can only reimburse ourselves that much. Okay, just so you.
So it does require a good bit of planning on the front end. But if going back to this whole smoothing out debt service and things, you could use that as a tool potentially, right? To help smooth that out if you needed to.
Right. It's educational for y'all and helping you in the decision making. Smoothing out is much more difficult, but based on what Randy was describing. And when I had those in there and you play with like a 2-year delay, you saw where it kind of leveled and started dropping down. So it still lowered the rate, it leveled, and then it started dropping down as opposed to going bam, bam, right? So that then you're forced into this situation of taking that kind of vote where, well, yeah, it's what we want to do. We're going to issue the debt. We're going to have to raise the tax rate by half a cent.
Yeah, okay. All right, thanks.
All that speculative based on values and information we get. So that's it.
Other questions?
So have fun.
Yes. Go play.
Go play.
Go play. All right, let me, we have reached exactly where I hoped we would be, 4 minutes early. So in honor of you doing that hard work, we are going to start back at 10 minutes after 10. So I'm going to give you a 14-minute break. Yeah.
All right.
So what I do is I load up this sheet, I crack, I get the seed, and then I put it over there.
Hey, guys.
All right, we're beginning.
We're in for an exciting discussion.
This is the fun part. We're going to have a little discussion on starting off with homestead exemption, then we'll move to tax rate. And one of the things that I want to piggyback off the last presentation that you had for just a moment about the debt model. You noticed how when Mike moved things out, it's all sort of moved, right? Everything moved based on what you choose. It's the same with homestead exemptions and to some degree tax rate too, but certainly as you get to homestead exemption, everything that you do here has an impact over here, and it really does all become connected at some point. So as we go through this, what we're looking for is a direction from you on how you want to proceed around homestead exemption. Do we have handouts for everyone?
When we do the spreadsheet, I went ahead and printed out the spreadsheet, because I know I have a hard time.
You see this?
I have a hard time seeing myself, so I can imagine what's like with them. They're the same. Yeah.
Which way? You want me to go that way?
Yeah. I ended up handing them out at Mayor, sorry. It's just easier for me. No, he's still mayor. Okay.
Do we have a homestead
Can I grab one?
model? Then we'll do the same thing and
Mayor, you need to get on that, design that for us.
As far as the cumulative effect of the years out.
yeah, and where the money
I guess we
shifts to
could
and
work on
where
that.
it comes from.
We've taken that note now, so.
I'm just trying to do more work. Get Wes right on that.
Yeah.
What's that?
Homestead exemption model.
We just won't put it in SharePoint and move it around.
I actually tried.
Of course you did.
It's not hard. I needed Kim to do it or something.
All right, Mike, are you going to lead us through this?
Yep, I am.
Take it away.
I'm leading it from the data standpoint, and then I'll come back. Then you're going to come back and do the. So I just want to tell you what you have. You hopefully have taken a look at it before, but there's the I call it the cover memo, and what I just want to point out for you is the total taking exemptions now is roughly, this is the senior and disabled, is roughly about 20% of our housing stock, okay? And that's grown from about 15% in 2017-18, right? What I can't predict is what the amount of growth would be in the future. That's part of the reason why it's a little bit hard. You can have a static number that grows in terms of value, but I don't know about the number of parcels. So that's where some of the difficulty comes in. But anyway.
We can get the forward group.
That's part of their analysis.
Direction with what they do with housing stock.
Well, well, it would be Randy's place. I think that's part of the question about, is there some target that you want? So anyway, so that's a little bit about the senior and disabled exemption. And just from a word standpoint, if you were to go from 75,000 to 80,000, the property tax revenue would change based on the current numbers, decrease by $73,000. So a $5,000 increase for existing residents who take the senior disabled veterans exemption would reduce the property tax revenue to the city by $73,000. Everybody got that? Okay. And so for the sake of just discussion, because that different numbers get thrown around, so if you go from 75 to 100, then that would reduce property tax paid by those residents by a total of $366,000. Basically, it's take every $5,000 increment at 76,000, multiply that times 5. That's how you get the number, right? So it's pure math. At this point, when you talk about homestead exemptions, it's pure math. All right, and then the homestead exemption in general, for every 1% increase, because this is across the board, the city would receive $303,000 less. So we're at 5% now. If just arbitrarily, if you increase it to 6%, that reduces our property tax revenue by $300,000. If you increase it from 5% to 10%, as an example, not only what are we already not receiving, but the property tax revenue decrease to the city would be an additional $1.5 million. Does that make sense? Okay. So what I was going to show you, so Tracy, go ahead and pull up the, just because I know y'all like to do comparators. So if you pull up the graphs that just show tax rate. So really the tax rate, budget, and homestead exemption conversation all tie together, right? So while they're listed as three separate things, they're really all the same conversation. Did you find it, Tracy? Okay. So on your handout, you have it there. So for our tax rate, you see out of 31 cities in Dallas County, we're the 8th lowest. We may move to 7th, but we are the 8th lowest. And you see where the median and the average tax rates are in the 60-cent plus range. So we're 8th lowest there. So if you go to the next tab, on the disabled, if you go all the way to the bottom, out of 31 we are the 4th highest in Dallas County as far as the offering of the disabled, right? If you go to the next one, over 65, go to the bottom again. We are the 1, 2, 3, well, I can't see because something just got in the way. Yeah, we're the 5th highest as far as the over 65 in Dallas County, as far as the amount of exemption. And then the overall exemption, even though at 5%, we're basically right in the middle. So there's many more that, about half that don't offer it at all. And then you can see what the rest are doing. What you don't have on here is the average home value as you look at that. So, and this is not in a vacuum. Each one of those cities has a different home value, right? And based on the percentage, 20% of 100,000, 20,000.
Yeah, and there's another piece there too. Each of them has a different home value. Each of them also has a different service level expectation.
Oh, yeah. Right. So,
yeah,
oh, sorry.
And that's important to remember.
Right.
As well.
So that for comparison purposes, again, you have that data in there if that's important to you. And then the last one, last thing that I wanted to go over with you is the exemptions spreadsheet, Tracy, the big one. And that's the one I printed on a copy for you. And just go ahead and go to the top. Oh, no, go to the other spreadsheet, which just shows the breakdown, not this one. Yeah, you'll come back to this one because I want to come back to that as well. So you go over one, I think, on the tab, if I remember right. There you go. All right, this is one that's the handout that you have, and then we'll go to the last one that shows the calculations. What I want to bring to your attention in this one, again, this is just pure math, pure statistics, pure data. So you can see on the number of homestead exemption parcels, you know, in 2012, it was around 9,600. Remember, our housing stock hasn't necessarily grown tremendously. And today it's around 9,700 as far as those taken in parcels. The one in particular I want you to pay attention to
is the over 65 exemption. You know, in 2012, it was 993 with value of 71 million, knowing that values have increased over time, but more importantly is it's grown up to 2,200 parcels, right? And so that value now has grown with valuation increases and everything along those lines to $168 million. So since 2012, that's a 134% increase.
So this is not really supporting the perception that our seniors are leaving town in droves as soon as the kids graduate from school.
I can't make that as, I don't know that.
But, well, I'm making the statement, it doesn't support it.
Right.
So maybe it doesn't support it. Let me offer that there could be seniors who are moving to town because they value the service too. So it suggests, what it does suggest is for the seniors that choose to live here, tax rate is not the issue. Does that make sense? Yeah, I mean, if you choose to live here, it's not because, you know, you're not, tax rate isn't an issue if you choose to live here.
Well, or that they just actually recently fall into that category and haven't made this.
Or haven't made the decision yet, yeah.
So that the value of this, again, is just the pure data and just to show you how the exemptions, especially as it relates to the seniors, disabled, and veterans, just focusing on the seniors, related to what y'all talked about last night with the Ford board and the recommendation, you know, and everything that's going on there. So that's a piece of data for you to just take into account. Before I go to the next one, which is just the calculation, let me say the calendar for making this decision is we've always targeted in May. And the reason why we targeted in May, because it gives y'all a couple of meetings in May. If you're going to make this decision, especially from a budgetary process, it helps us. The notification to the appraisal district assessors is in June. Okay. So if you tell us to do any more work on it, great. You tell us whatever it is you tell us to do. Our critical time frame is May, which gives us flexibility to deal with it in June. Okay. So the last thing I want to go ahead and pull out that other one, which was the calculation. All right. So you have in your printout, and I know the pages aren't numbered, but I think it's page number 3. Just a quick show you as far as calculation. So our current average home value for this year is, I say this year, this fiscal year is $411,000. So parcels all taking the homestead exemption at 5%, right? And then you have those that have the 65 and older or the disabled or veterans, right? And it shows you for you, if you're over 65, the value goes from 411 to 315 for tax purposes. The standard, those of us who aren't 65, goes down to 390. You multiply that times our current tax rate, and so a over 65 is paying 1,800. Same with disabled veterans, and the rest of the residents pay this, right? And remember, exemptions don't apply to businesses, so it's only applied to residences. So if you go ahead and go down, all right. So then, just using this number of $5,000, you take the number of accounts, and they're broken up between 65 and over and disabled vets. And so you multiply that times the value, and that gives you on the roll an additional $12 million. So the decrease in the revenue, so when you divide that by 100 and multiply that times 58 cents, that's how you get that $73,000, right? And so to the average home, that's a $29 savings. So $76,000 in decreased revenues through property taxes translates to that number of accounts receiving a benefit of reduction in taxes of $29. Okay. Everybody good with that? All right, so then you move on down. So this is the 1% on the homestead. And Kim, if I'm correct in my understanding, it's done by percent. It's not done by a specific dollar value, right? So each additional 1% in homestead, remember the average value was 411,000, so that's 411 or $4,011. The number of parcels, value reduction. This number, Kim, I'm just noticing is higher than the number of those who are actually taking the exemption. I just noticed that. Let's continue with the formula, just as how it works. So that's on the math.
So that number, the 12,723, are the total number of residential parcels.
Right. Not necessarily that they've taken the exemptions. So this number is right. Yeah, but so this number, I will tell you then, based on that, is high. So I don't know if you can take a minute just to kind of recalculate that. When you look at 21, 22 at the very top line, there's 9,731. This is those that are actually registered as taking a homestead exemption. There are actually 12,000 somehow so many parcels. So
It's the entire home.
yeah, it's a total number. I mean, it's going to change the number. It still has an impact, and I just caught it, so that's looking at too many numbers. So just following this scenario, when she gives us the updated number. So anyway, so that's actually the savings will probably still be around the same because it's still the same math. So you're talking about for a 1% increase, let's just say about $23 in savings. And then a 5% increase in homestead, again, using the higher number, the 5% increase in homestead, same math, make the adjustments to 9731 parcels, and you have about $120 savings. The point is, there's some savings. There's an impact on the property tax revenue. There is some savings to the residents. What's the swale? What's the gap?
It's 12,000 that are receiving homestead over 65, disabled, and
When you add them all up?
when you add all of those.
Oh, okay. So it's not that much of a difference. Okay. Okay. So that's as far as.
If you would go back up just a little bit, I want to make sure that I saw something correctly. Right there. So the difference between over 65 or these two versus standard, or those two numbers, about $435.
Right.
Okay.
So on the data, understanding there's that little bit of a thing. On the data, is there any questions on the data? Because Randy's going to lead you through the conversation. I'm going to go sit in the corner.
So did I may be stepping out, but a 1% change in the homestead exemption equates to about a 4.4 cent in our tax rate?
For illustrative purposes, for every 1% increase in general homestead, the city receives $300,000 less. Therefore, 5%. Every penny reduction in the tax rate decreases the property tax revenue by 800, because every penny's worth 873,000. So use your math again.
Well, it's a ratio of 366,000 to 873,000. I think that's about 0.4.
My math says.
And I did that in my head.
Well, 873 divided by 303. It's actually 2. So what we've been saying, it's the magic number keeps coming in around 3 cents. Again, these are approximates.
Oh, I know. We've had this question asked before. It said if we had no exemptions at all, none whatsoever. So you take up that 409 million, if we had no exemptions, divide that by the 873. It's not on the sheet. It's on the big spreadsheet. And divide that by the 850. And that gives you an idea about what the tax rate could be if you had no exemptions. I'm not saying don't do any exemptions. I'm just saying that that's how much we quote write off. Okay? So you can do lots of different things with the numbers. Bottom line, I'll say this. Bottom line, as you increase exemption, no matter how you decide to do it, whether homestead, senior disabled, veterans, or whatever, you are reducing the tax bill to some degree for our residents and reducing property tax revenue to the city of Coppell in an environment where SB2 limits our revenues to be able to go up. And if 334 goes into play, we'll be reducing our revenues in sales tax. So it's not commentary. I'm just saying, just understand how the math works. You have potential less revenue from sales tax, which are assuming the worst. That's how we're operating. You have a limit on what the revenues could be from property tax just because of SB2. And if you increase your homestead exemption, then you're reducing your revenues to the city. Okay? All right, I'm gonna go sit down now.
Good, thank you. Any other questions?
I didn't put all of this up, but I did try to capture on this side a few things. The average savings right now, based on your current exemptions, is about $29 in tax bill. The exemption versus the senior and disabled veteran exemption you have right now versus no exemption is about $435 a year difference. A 1% increase in an exemption on the general homestead is about 303,000 reduction in revenue. Just sort of big numbers for us to think about. So, talk to me, let's just talk for a second about where do you want to end up with this? As you think about these levers that you're pulling at any given time, where do you want to end up? What's the goal? Because if we get consensus on the goal, then there might be several ways to get there. But let's first talk about what's the outcome that you want to have happen. So let's phrase it in a couple of questions. If you had to choose, I'm going to force you into a binary choice right now. Realizing that in real life there's some options, but this sort of creates the consensus, or the at least direction. Is it more important to you that you protect your revenue opportunities because of the legislature and other things that Mike has mentioned? Or is it more important to you that you provide relief to citizens? So it's an immediate tax relief, albeit whatever, by the way, if it's $435, that might not sound like a lot to you. To somebody, that's the difference between being able to afford broadband for your child for a year or not, in some cases. So it's not inconsequential overall. So, but if you had to think about from a city standpoint, is it more important for you to protect the revenue source, or is it more important to you to provide some relief to citizens? I realize that's a little bit like saying, which one of your kids do you want to kill? I realize that, and so I'm not going to hold you to it, but at least it gives us an idea. Which is most important?
As elected officials, that's very hard to answer. Because on one hand, we do answer to the citizens in the election process. On the other hand, it is our responsibility to provide for the financial well-being of the city as a corporation.
And therein lies the challenge, isn't it? I mean, I posed that question knowing that it is almost an impossible question to answer. But I do think it speaks to the point, as you mentioned, Wes, that we have a dual obligation. And the dual obligation is one to the citizens who elected us, to represent them and their views and to do what's best for them. And we have this entity that, in essence, you are the board of directors for this entity that is a substantial entity with obligations and commitments and promises. And so from a fiduciary responsibility, you are obligated to there as well. Somewhere there's got to be even though I'm sort of forcing you into a binary piece, I did that to remind us that we have that dual responsibility. It is almost an impossible task to do. So with that in mind, how important is it to increase the exemptions for homesteads in general? Scale of 1 to 10. 1 is it's not important at all. 10 is it's absolutely essential. How many of you say it's, all things considered, 4 or less? 4 or less on a 1 to 10 scale? Yeah.
And my answer on that one is fairly easy. And it's strictly based on the business side. The exemptions exclude the business community. So given a choice, I would forego the exemption and favor a tax rate decrease, which is more equitable to the citizens and the businesses.
So can I make a point? Yeah. So if you look at the valuation from the documents that Mike sent us, one of the tab is valuation. 2021, it's $8.3 billion is the valuation total for residential and commercial. And if you break it down further, the residential valuation is much higher and goes higher than the commercial, percentage-wise every year. So the taxpayers of the city, the residential, are paying more in percentage every year. And it's projected to go 2022 to $8.7 billion.
So we do have 60%, 58% citizens and 42% businesses, right?
But I'm looking at the valuation tab. You also have that. So if you look at the breakdown, it's $8.3 billion in total valuation of the residential property plus the commercial. What I'm saying is the residential property valuation goes higher in percentage every year than the commercial. Therefore, the residents are paying more in tax.
I don't understand your...
I understand what he's saying. Yeah. And that is, if you look at the valuation increases every year, the residential property is increasing more rapidly than the value of the commercial property. So for example, your home values went up last year, I don't know, what, 10, 12, 14%? The valuation on a warehouse probably went up less than that. And so that's in essence what he's saying. Now, we know that for the last several years has been true. Now, we also know that we're 58% residential and 42% commercial. It's a different number, that number really is sort of the split. But the value of this 58% is increasing quicker than the value of this 42%. Did I get that right, Bijou?
Yes,
okay.
Exactly what I'm saying.
But that ratio has been decreasing over time.
Okay.
Yeah, it started out 25 years ago at 80-20, and through our economic development activities, we've gotten it down. We'd like it to be even lower, but, and it is.
Some of them are due to sales tax revenue, but we were collecting more.
Is that gonna change anytime soon?
What's that?
With our landing built out, is that gonna change anytime soon?
Well, we've got new hotels coming online left and right. 4 coming at least. I mean, that's just a small portion. But it seems that
I think
Southside is still trying to, people are still trying to move in there because of its location.
Yeah, we're not.
That will add business personal property as well, which is good, and occupancy tax.
This is actually a very good ratio for most communities. You know, if I'm thinking about it, I mean, it's hard here because we're in a metropolitan area. And we understand our lines, but businesses don't really understand lines. They understand streets and location and proximity. So, but this is actually, you know, for many communities that are sort of standalone communities, that number is probably more like 70% residential, 30% commercial. So in this regard, you're actually doing very well. Cliff?
When possible, I like to go with the objective and not the subjective. And so what you're talking about here, we've got an objective situation here. I mean, we don't discriminate against the commercial side of the city by saying that we're going to, you know, it's going to be the value of your property plus 10% or plus 20% or something like that. Totally subjective. I like the objective fact that it's calculated the same way for commercial and for residential, and I would be hard pressed to change that, because what's the number? You know, that you want to discriminate against the commercial side of the house, which is what I think Bijou is getting at. We need some sort of a balancing thing, but it's going to be subjective. Objective.
Yeah, the objective philosophical decision from a policy standpoint is we want to charge businesses and residents the same rate. That's an objective philosophical policy decision. Now, that has implications. Or the other policy decision is we want to, we recognize that we're going to favor our residents to some degree on the tax rate. I mean, that's the policy decision to be made. We're going to favor residents over businesses on tax rate at some level. Now, the question is what level? That's the subjective piece. But if you look at just the binary policy choice, we tax them both at the same rate, or we tax residents less than businesses at a different rate than businesses.
You're not doing that. You're saying rates are the same. But we are giving additional exception, or at least we are discussing about, right?
Right, you are giving an exception.
Excuse me, yeah.
But it's the equivalent of saying.
We've got an exemption.
It's, yeah.
Already for the residents, which the commercial side is not enjoying. So, we're already discriminating to a degree against the commercial properties.
So, but if I give you an exemption, it's in essence lowering your effective rate at some level. Now, I'm okay with doing that. I collect all my exemptions too. So I mean, I'm really okay with doing that, but that's what we're doing. Mark?
So looking at the number 300,000 for every 1% increase. So let's say we increase 5%, 1.5 million. Where does that money come from? I mean, I think that the staff and council has done a great job over the past year or two, really trimming as much as we could out, trying to keep the tax rate where it is. So where is that money coming from? I mean, where are those cuts made so we're not increasing the tax rate any?
Yeah, and the answer is, where the money going to come from? Well, it's your choices are sales tax, which is going to be a challenge. You could tax commercial and businesses more, could raise that rate, which again, there's pluses and minuses to that. It's not like you can go out and set 300 new water meters a month, which drives up the revenue based on volume. You can bring in more destination dollars, hotels, that kind of stuff. That's going to be there. You can decide to make events a money-making deal and come up with some of it that way. Let me also, so there only really mark a handful of places that we have. Let me also kind of remind us, just in general, are we going to have some increases in the cost of operating the city? All right, so what are some of the, just so we'll all know and agree on, when you think of what's going to increase in the cost of operating the city?
Salaries and benefits always increase. That's 60% of our budget. That's where most of it's going to come from.
So let's talk a little bit about minimum wage for a second. The federal government has established, it keeps trying to say we're going to set a $15 minimum wage. Folks, the minimum wage is $15 already. Government doesn't have to pass it. That's the cost of doing business. I was talking to a client of mine in San Jose this week, and he has hourly employees, and he said, I didn't realize that I would be competing against Chick-fil-A for hourly employees. But he's paying $15 an hour. Chick-fil-A in his marketplace is paying $18 to $22. Now, that, you think about that, what is it, Tracy, 68% of your employees are hourly? Yeah.
Low 70s.
Low 70s, 70+% of your employees are hourly employees. How much are you paying home inspectors now? I mean, inspectors. Yeah.
It's not 40,000.
Not 40,000? Probably not. But my guess is you're having a difficult time. You're having a difficult time, for example, recruiting that position.
We are. I mean, my statement yesterday was we could probably pay those. We could probably advertise a salary of 50 or 60 and still have
that are certified, licensed, ready.
Yeah, now, at some point, we know that's gonna all balance back out, and we're sort of resetting everything right now. But as we reset, we're not gonna reset lower. We're not gonna go back to everybody that we've just given a $4 raise to and say, wait a minute, the market's changed, we're cutting it. So we're setting a new base, so we know that's gonna increase. What other increases in the way you operate are going to just be there?
I think we're going to see some energy.
Utility cost, energy cost.
But not to the drastic measures that we're seeing on salary and benefits.
Technology is going to cost more.
I would think even just maintenance of one of our, labor,
Now, we don't know how much, but I was talking to one of the gentlemen over here that was with us last night who does digital transformation work. And one of the things that he said is most people don't remember, don't understand that digital transformation is not a one-time cost. You see that every day in your job, right, Bijou? I mean, it's an investment. IT used to be this department that operated alone. Now technology is everything. Every business is a technology business. So I'm not suggesting that how much of those are going to increase, but I think that you also have to consider that. Now, the other option that you have is to reduce services. And you can choose to reduce services and say, we believe the citizens of Coppell wouldn't want to continue to pay for, because all the things that you do, I'll give you a specific example. You all are in a regional dispatch center with 3 other cities. When the conversation around levels of service within the dispatch center was going, I won't tell you which city it was, but I will tell you that staff from one of the other cities in your dispatch center said, this is going to be tough if we have to set our service standards to compete with Coppell. And they said, because in your city, if someone called in and said, hey, I'm on my way to the airport, I think I left my garage door up. Can somebody check it? What would we do? We'd go check it. Yeah, what that city would do is say, gee, we're really sorry. When you get back home, call us if you need to file a police report. Or call your neighbor, right? So, but I mean, so there is just a different, by the way, it's not a right or wrong, it's a different expectation of service levels.
We can do that? We can call them.
I know, did you know? I didn't know. But I was gonna say, we saw a little bit of that too when we went through some of the exercise, where we tried to implement some cutting of services and hours at several facilities, and everybody expects for the core to be open certain hours and the library to be open certain hours. Well, that requires staff to be there, and so therefore it feeds into salaries, and people have a level of expectation when they're here, and we saw a little bit of that, right? We had people that were like, wait, why is the core not open at this hour, or why can we not use the pools during this hour? So I think that's something that we need to be mindful of.
And remember last night I mentioned that you are the experts at probably the most important piece, and that's the expectation of the community. This is where your expertise comes to play, because it does come down to, you have an excellent staff. If you said, we're going to reduce services and do it well, they would reduce services and do it well. No question. But the issue is sort of what do you want to pay for, and what's the ripple effect of all those other decisions? let me just offer another perspective that I've gained. By the way, all this gray hair here is real. It's not painted in for effect. I'm not trying to look older. I've worked with a lot of cities over the years. What I found is almost all of them have some level of frustration. There's something in them that frustrates them. And the chances are very good that that frustration, if you track it back, was someone's really good idea to solve an important problem 15 to 20 years before. Austin, Texas is a great example. Austin, Texas said, people are moving here. We don't really want them to move here. We don't build roads. They won't move. Turns out they moved anyway. Mesquite, Texas, right now, for many years during the 80s and early 90s, was the home to Town East Mall. You know why it was in Mesquite, Texas? Because Garland said, nah, we don't want those people here. So, made sense at the time. And there's example after example after example. So let me take it back to, with all of that, where would you like to go on exemptions in general first?
So I don't know if I have a binary answer for this, but let me tell you at least how I'm trying to think through some of this. Moving the lever for homestead exemption for the sake of moving the lever, I don't know accomplishes anything. In my mind, we have to have a problem that we are specifically addressing if we decide to make a change to the homestead exemption. So, and going down a little bit deeper, I guess, as I think through this, because I've had, this has come up a lot, and so I've sort of thought through, okay, what does make sense? All of us, I would love to pay less tax, lower tax rate. If you compare how much city tax we pay on average here, there's a city on the other side of the county that pays almost the same dollar amount. I'm not talking about tax rate, but dollar amount. And I guarantee you that other city doesn't have the quality of life amenities that this community has. So, something is different between us and them, even though we're both paying $2,400 per house. So I struggled seeing how that is the issue. Now, I will take it one step further and say I have seen escalating property values. Who does that squeeze the most? It squeezes all of us, right? But who does it squeeze the most? And what does run through my head sometimes is fixed income, seniors, though they're getting squeezed, I guess more, it's impacting them more because of the high escalation in value. So take it back to the high level. I guess when I approach this, I'm like, okay, well, that sounds like potentially a problem that we need to potentially solve or address. We're not going to solve it, right? We're not going to be able to eliminate the squeeze completely, but address that specific issue. And like I said, I would love to have a homestead exemption increase on all of us, but I don't know that addresses a specific issue outside of, I just want to write a smaller check. So I'll sort of stop there. That's sort of the way I've been trying to think through this and thinking, okay, so like I said, the fixed income piece, maybe that is something we can address, or at least would like to at least investigate what is the impact, what do we have to cut back on, what do we have to adjust if we were to make some kind of address the senior piece or the disability piece. So
fair.
I 100% agree with Don on that. When I was running last year, I heard that time and time again that, from the senior community, that I feel the pinch. I feel the pinch more and more. And so to me, I would be much more willing to look at, what would an increase in the senior exemption do, and how that would affect our assistants and stuff. Obviously we've got some numbers here, but I would much rather explore that than just putting everybody in just one bucket and just saying everybody gets a homestead exemption. And I also think about our business community as well. If we, because I think if we increase the homestead exemption and we still need to raise revenue, well, we have to look at tax rate and adjusting that up. And I think about the struggles that our business community is already facing, and landlords and things like that, they're just going to pass that along to our businesses. So I would be real apprehensive to put more pressure on our business community, as there's still struggles out there right now.
One follow-up. So I talked about the senior. I will say another observation through some of the numbers that Mike and Kim have laid out. I do think you have to look at, if we do move that lever by chance, if we were to move that lever, there is a little bit of an impact, because over time that is becoming a greater percentage of our housing stock. That is, I had asked the question about the tax deferrals, and that was just sort of informational. It sounds like that's not really an impact for us in this community, but there is, from what I understand, there is a possibility that the seniors can actually defer their tax. And if we had a lot of people that were starting to defer taxes, that has an impact on us also. So I guess I do want to be cognizant that we do have a greater percentage of the housing stock that is getting senior exemption now. So it potentially is going to become, if we were to increase the exemption, that's going to be, sort of there's going to be a multiplication effect into the future.
And you have set a goal that you want to increase.
Well, that was what I was going to say.
That number.
If you take a look at the prioritization that we did yesterday, what was the highest? I mean, collectively, we all admitted that the senior housing and senior, just the senior housing was the number one priority. So that senior exemption does clearly fit that. And if you take it a step further, that's giving a fairly strong indication to the Ford board, of what direction we'd like to go. And, I don't think you want to go from a $75,000 exemption to a $200,000 exemption in a year or even 5 years. But I think it'd be, we should consider starting that process if that's the decision of the council. But it does start to tie in the strategic plan that we put in place, as well as solving an immediate problem.
So I use you first.
Yeah, Mike, I have a question for you. I know there is a cap on seniors on school tax about 65, right?
They freeze the tax.
Right. Do we do that at the city? Okay. What about county? Okay, thank you.
To Biju's point, if we froze the assessed value at age 65, have we run any numbers or projections as to what kind of impact that would have on the revenue?
No, we haven't done the calculation. I don't know the legality of that process either. I've never researched that. If we have the ability to do that, the state imposes that, and then the local school districts choose that option. I believe it's a choice, but the state's the one that granted them the authority to freeze the taxes.
So we could research that.
Right, yeah.
Looking at it's it's what, 2,277 plus 106, right? And 143. Those are the people who are getting that exemption now. So we can add the numbers and do the analysis, come up with a number.
Any other comments? Does anyone, go ahead, Mark.
I just think this component of the salary and benefits of the employees, that's kind of one of the driving forces in our budget numbers. And we talked about quality of services that it's necessary to maintain that. And I think we've heard that all from people around the city. So really the only way to get a reduction on that piece for salary and benefits would be to lower the cost of healthcare, which I know that we're actively doing. I mean, they're always out on the marketplace trying to find the best possible ways to ensure the employees. The salaries kind of are what they are, unless we take a different look at wanting to be in the top third on salaries, which I think kind of correlates to keeping you having employees in the top third of quality. I mean, we want the best people here in town doing the job. I mean, the only other component would be to either reduce the number of employees or cap that. And I don't think we can reduce it. I think we could look at trying to cap the number of employees and not do any more hirings. But I really think that staff and Mike, is looking at that very closely. So we really don't have anywhere to go on that front. So, increasing the exemptions, I think that that shortfall that we would have, there's no place to make it up. So I think we've got to stay where we are on the exemption rates, and then potentially look at freezing the 65 over 65 assessment values, if that's a possibility. Yeah, and then what does that do to the bottom line? Does it leave us $1.5 million short?
Well, there's a big if. If you can do it, it doesn't impact the bottom line. It impacts your future. So it doesn't impact you today at all. It could impact you, the curve that you would draw from there.
So if you look at the state of California as an example, the state of California sets property tax rates based upon the house when you bought it. Which is why you have in some places along the coast houses that were bought for $150,000, $200,000 that are now worth $2.5 million. Still don't understand how you pay $2.5 million for a 1,500 square foot ranch, but people do. But they're paying, the bump on the tax doesn't come until they sell the house for the next person. So it creates an unintended consequence for you. Does anyone doubt that your staff is working really hard right now? I mean, I don't, but yeah. So, here's where some of the opportunities around smart cities and other things might help you out in the long run is being able to reduce the growth rate of staff because more things can be done digitally versus manually. That's a potential opportunity as things change. I mean, some of the really far out stuff that I've said is sooner or later we're going to have nanobots that'll be able to go in and repair sewer pipe. Now it's probably 2050 before we're doing that, but wow, if that were to happen. So there's the potential for that. Here's what I'm hearing. Let me make sure that as far as the general homestead exemption increase, just looking at heads and body language, I don't think that's something that I'm seeing the consensus of the council to pursue at this point. Am I correct? Okay.
But I would like to hear from John and Bijou, because I know these are two hot items for them.
It's a big, yeah, and they both came up in conversations.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of hard to say one way or another without looking at, and I understand that the numbers were given, but without actually looking at as to what we have to face, whether it's the services that, what type of services that we have to cut, how much that actually would save, and how much that would have impact the city, or whether the services that we provide, whether the fees has to be adjusted or adjusted somewhat, and how that's going to give us a return and make up some of the differences. Without looking at those numbers, it's kind of hard to say outright, exemption is out. Just like what Don had talked about, we know from what we talked about for a number of years, and especially during the last couple of sessions, talked about the importance of the addressing seniors. But realistically, we don't have the land to really build a community that's going to give them a choice to move down and have a less burden on the tax. But if that's the case, then that means we have to do something with our tax breaks one way or another. But again, without looking at all the options as to what we have to, what it is that we're actually going to have to be able to reduce and cut or spending, or what it is, it's hard for me to just say outright, no, tax exemption is out, or yeah, we want to go forward with the exemption.
Let me make sure I understand the process here. This is just sort of where we are, sort of to John's point. We're not making a decision today about what we're going to do, but we are asking staff to either come back, well, as they plan the budget, they either need to work up a scenario where we, increase exemption by 5% or cut seniors or something, right? Or we need to see options. I guess is that where we are in the process, is coming up with, what does this look like? Like, if we ask Mike to go increase the exemption 5%, what does that mean for core staffing, library staffing, or whatever? I mean, is that where we are in the process,
So,
I guess?
Let me share an idea with you, Don, because actually city I worked with several years ago did this. As an exercise, we created, if you had a 5% decrease in revenue, where would that have an impact? If we had a 10% decrease in revenue, where would that have an impact? If it continued where it is, what would it, at the same time, now I realize there's going to be some fluctuations in cost, but it at least gave us an idea of what some scenarios were. Now, sometimes everybody did it, but that doesn't mean that all cuts are the same, right? There's some things you might go, yeah, we're willing to live with that one, but not with that one. But at least if you pursued that, it could give you that idea.
Yeah, and kind of to John's point, because I think I hear you, where it's like, I need to have all the information and numbers. And I also agree a lot with what Mark has said. Here are my unorganized thoughts, sorry. So I see us having kind of three options, and Randy, tell me if I'm wrong. One is we do nothing and leave things the way they are. The other, that's one extreme. The other extreme is we look to do a homestead exemption for everybody, right? And then we do it for our senior citizens and disabled. I can't think what the third option is, but let's look at those two options. And our seniors, right? So I guess that where I'm at right now as I think through this, and I'm just listening to, as Mark was saying, understanding where we would have to, where would be the largest impact. And I understand salaries and benefits is a huge one. And I do understand, I think in every industry we're having trouble hiring people and hiring the right people, especially for our community, because it's really about providing customer service. There's expectations at every level of our employees here. And every citizen is able to take advantage of that, right? That's why they come here. And I guess one of the things, as Kevin was saying earlier, we heard it when we were out on the campaign trail, right? Where we were hearing it from our senior citizens of like, I don't know that I can continue to live here if our taxes continue to go up. And I hear them and I understand that. I'm empathetic to that. But as I look at the numbers and what would be the savings to them, I wonder if that amount will really be the decision-making amount to keep them here or not. When we look at whether it's an additional $23 or $119, like, is that going to be enough to even impact that decision on whether they stay here or not? And yet the impact of the services will be potentially huge to all of our citizens if we have to continue to cut.
So, I mean, I do think if you look at the actual numbers, and I understand, I don't disagree that they're all feeling pinched. Would less than $500 keep them here? And that's, do you remember, and I want to come back and hear from Bijou in just a moment, but do you remember the days when you used to be able to go into a restaurant and restaurants had matchbooks, right, with their logos on them? All right, so this is the closed position. This is the open position. If I take a matchbook and just open it up to here and let it go, what happens to the cover? So if I want to get it to here, I've got to stretch it back. And I use that example to say, I'm going to stretch you a little bit right here. Not that I'm asking you to do this, or I'm even suggesting it, but I want to go to an extreme so that maybe it allows you to bounce back to a different spot. And the extreme is, why do you care if seniors choose to live here or not? I mean, I understand the importance of it, but if those who said $500, less than $500 makes a decision to live here or not, should we really care if they decide to move to the next city up the road? Because if you look at why people come to Coppell, why did you all choose to move here? Schools, location, quality of life. And at some point, if this becomes, at what point does your senior population need to go to where it starts to have an impact on school funding? So, Bijou.
Yeah,
first.
you're right. You know, if you look at the tax bill, 52% of the tax is going to school and 27% is going to the county, 21% comes to the city. That's the lowest. And they're getting all the amenities from our city and all the services that we are providing. You know, they don't break it down when they see the tax bill.
They write one check.
Yeah, they write one, and they look at it and say, wow, I'm paying all this money. But we have to explain to them that only 21% or 22% comes to the city, and we are managing all these facilities that we have in Coppell with that money. Having said that, you know, maybe to your point, the decision making for seniors to move out of here may not be the city tax. It could be the school tax. They're paying 52%, which is the highest amount, right? That could be one of the reasons why people live. And, you know, I met a lot of senior citizens when I was doing my campaigning. Like you heard, they also make these comments to you. The reason why they want to live here, we had a city logo or a motto saying lifetime, what was it? Yeah, for lifetime.
Family for
that's
life.
Why, yeah, that's why they want to live here. And what are we doing as a policy makers to help them to stay here? Can we save them $29? Or can we help them somehow? I mean, my mother is not here. My parents are not living here, but I feel for the people who's been here, living here for 30 plus years or 25 plus years, or whatever that bracket is.
And
that's
there
why
is-
I'm advocating for
Right.
this. That's why I'm supporting this.
And there is something to be able, I mean, I understand the value of being able to say, I'm sorry, $29 is all we could do. It's all we had within our ability to do. But we did that. And I understand that it might not be enough, but we did what I mean, there's some value in being able to say that. I think there's a lot of value in being able to say that. Wes?
No, I appreciate Bijou for bringing up. I mean, that's kind of like the charge is the family community for a lifetime. I think about my mother who lives here, my in-laws. The reason why they still live here is because I live here with my family and my kids, and they love being close to the grandkids. And, I hear a lot of those stories that, people have moved away and come back. And so obviously there's an inherent value in this community for being here. Obviously, if grandparents or our seniors are staying here or moving back here, they see the value in it, right? But I do agree that, if we can do something to help those, I would like to do what we can, to help that group stay here. It's just something that, again, we heard it over and over again. And look, to be fair, I also heard people actually tell me, I love this city, raise my taxes if you need to keep all the amenities. And I'm not saying that we go out and raise people's taxes, but that's just, they put that much value in it. And I heard that directly. So, but, I think to Don's original point about people on fixed incomes, they're kind of locked in to the income they have, and they're feeling that pressure every day. If we can do something to help them, and I don't know at what level, if it's just going from 75 to 80, if it's going from 80 to 100, I think it's up to us to at least explore that and look a little deeper and see what the actual implication should be, of that, just of what that could be total. So I just kind of go back to that.
So follow up a little bit more on the senior, addressing the senior. The other part of that lever that I guess I've been looking at is the impact to the city. I think the number is 366,000. If we went from, I think 75 to 100, I think is what the number is. Mm-hmm. And my thought process.
No, different things. The senior is for every 5,000, at least in today's dollars, it's about $73,000.
Every 5,000 is 73,000. So 25,000 would be 366,000.
I just said 5,000. Every $5,000.
Every $5,000 is $73,000 in revenue.
So 366. If we went from 75 to 100 is what I was saying. Yeah. So if we go to 75 to 100, that the impact to the city would be 366. So my thought, that's the impact to the city. And I guess my initial thought is that something that could be, I say, absorbed, services changed. When the tax rate fluctuates slightly, it doesn't fluctuate quite as much. If it, is that one easier to absorb? That's sort of my thought process versus if we went.
So so to John's earlier comment, that is what you can ask them to do at this point.
I can help you right now. If you pull up the 5-year forecast, this is what we said earlier, that's why we showed the 5-year forecast. If the revenue, I call it flat, right, in terms of what's going on, we don't have enough to cover our operations. That's before you take away $366,000. If you get 3.499, and this is all planning, you had enough to cover operations and partial of the capital improvements. So conceptually, I guess I need y'all to stay conceptual with any type of reduction that you do.
as Randy said, we will operate under those particular revenues. Think in terms of revenues, don't think in terms of expenses right now. If you tell me to operate on less revenues, we'll operate on less revenues, and we'll come to you with the suggestions on how we're going to do that. If you don't like it, then you then get to make a choice to have higher revenues. But once you make the decision on the homestead exemption, it's locked. And that's the reason why I say it's critical for the period in May, so that we're having the discussion, if that's what you choose to do, because we have to notify them in June, and we're having our budget workshops in June. We've moved our budget workshops up this year.
Let me offer you some a historical example. Back before AT&T was this big company, there were regional Bell operating companies. We operated here in Texas with Southwestern Bell. Every year, or every 2 years, Southwestern Bell went to the comptroller's office and said, this is what we would like to do to raise our increase, raise our rates. In essence, they were going to say, here's what we need in extra tax dollars to operate. And the comptroller's office would invariably always push back and go, no, we're not going to give you 20% increase. We're going to give you an 8%, I'm making that number up, an 8% increase. And Southwestern Bell would come back and say, okay, if you give us only an 8% increase with our expected cost, here's what you're going to get for that. And then the comptroller's office would either go, we're happy with that, or okay, we'll make it 15. Now, it was a dance. I worked in state government at the time. It was an interesting dance to watch. But in essence, to Mike's point, it started with, what's the revenue we need? To operate this way, it takes this much revenue. If you give us less revenue to operate with, there are certain things we have to cut. And we can give you some examples of that. But if you add an exemption to everyone, it's $300,000 less than what you already saw on 1%. If you went 5%, it's 1.5 million on, if revenue is flat, on something that doesn't even cover what you project. If you added a homestead exemption, if you increase the exemption by $5,000 for seniors, it would have a $73,000 impact. And now you have to go, could we absorb 73,000? Certainly easier than we can absorb 1.5 million. But now you have to ask the question of giving seniors only $5,000 an increase. Is that worth it? So, I mean, that really comes down to the question that you have to ask. I've been listening and playing with what I'm hearing. So let's validate that. One, there's a research question. Can we freeze senior home values? That's a question from a direction standpoint. We can go research, right? And I'm hearing everyone, I saw a lot of nodded heads. Let's go see if we can do that. Again, realize that the impact this year or next year is probably none. The impact in 10 years, let's assume housing market goes back to traditional growth of 4 to 4.5% a year in 10 years. That decision, is starting to have an impact. The legendary Speaker of the House, Tip O'Neill, was once famously quoted as saying, "A billion here, a billion there, pretty soon you're talking about real money." So but we can absolutely research that. The second thing that I'm hearing is let's understand some scenarios. Conceptually we know, if we do nothing, here's where we are. But if we did an exemption for everyone, what might that look like in services? So for example, 300,000, how much does it cost? What's the salaries and benefits of a fire truck? My guess is operating a fire truck is probably, how many people are on a crew?
Minimum staffing, so they've got, fire truck is, it's like about 6.
6 people, that's, okay, so that's about, that's a little less, 300,000 is a little less than one crew.
It's probably with firefighters now.
Yeah, so it's half a crew. That's what it means. If it's, you know, at the core, it's people that work there, you're probably gonna, let's assume that you're paying, yeah, there's a lot ton of, but it's reducing that service by, yeah, it's closing at 6:30 at night rather than 8:30 or 9.
During COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a library. It's response time on being able to, you guys do bulk trash on demand?
We contract with Republic, so we private sector.
Okay. But for cities that do bulk trash, it's not going to bulk trash once a month versus once, you know, on demand. It's
Going to trash pickup once a week.
going to trash pickup once a week with those big rolling bins.
Potential way to save money.
Yeah.
Yeah, how many of our citizens want once a week trash
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things, by the way, if you ever want to increase your turnout to a council meeting, there's a couple of ways to do it. One is put trash pickup or cable TV rates or water rates. Any of those three, that's like an open invitation to come. But I hear you saying, you know, you'd like some specific examples of that if we did that. What would that look like? What kinds of things are we talking about? And I'm not talking about a detail, I'm just looking at this point, Mike and staff, just some basic ideas. What's 300,000 equivalent to? What's 73,000 equivalent to? What's 250,000 equivalent to? So at least we can have some more real understanding. Am I hearing that correct? Okay. I want to make sure and realize what you do here on the exemptions affects what you, I mean, theoretically, you could give an exemption and wipe it out by increasing the tax rate. So what I'm hearing also, I want to make sure, is the preference is you don't want to do sort of a funny money shift on people. I don't want to give you like, you know, a $500 tax bill rate exemption, an exemption that's going to give me $500, and in return float the tax rate up so you're actually getting $750 in revenue, right? I mean, you're not trying to play that game with people. Just want to make sure I'm hearing that correct. So in other words, you're not going to be like what happens with health insurance. Right, you don't want to do the shell game. I think that's an important philosophical piece for you all to recognize. Mike, hidden in some of the numbers that were given today is some potential. you have money that has been set aside that you haven't spent from sales tax that you've been collecting that we are going to have, that not this last year, but the previous years that we have, that represents a number. Those numbers, according to the numbers that Mike gave, that puts you up to be able to fund your CapEx and your technology upgrades for, yeah, it's over the next 5 years. There's an advantage to doing that. It's like reducing your operating costs for the next 3 to 5 years. If somebody said, I'm going to give you your house payment for 3 years, you might go, okay, I'll take that. Although you could do something else with that money. So let's come back to that for just a second. Conceptually, how do you feel about this notion of that those sales tax dollars that we know that we've been putting aside, that we're not worrying about the comptroller coming to get? How do you feel about those using that conceptually at this point to fund your CapEx and your technology for the next 3 to 5 years? Is that something, I mean, staff recommended it. It's a great idea, unless there's a better use for the money. What's your thinking at this point?
My initial thought on that is, if it's something like a Royal or, a 30-year type of CapEx or something, that's one thing. If we're talking about just maintenance CapEx, like ongoing maintenance, CapEx, it's just normal that you have to do it no matter what. I probably struggle with that a little bit more because I go back to what Mike had said earlier. I don't know if I see that as really one-time events. That's well, but I thought you said fund for the next 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, it'll cover your one-time purchase needs for 3 to 5 years.
Right. It's not ongoing maintenance, it's not regular.
Because that's all budget.
That's, let's just say this year, I'm using this year as an example. This year, we have a capital replacement fund. It's
right.
funding, well, you'll have it on Tuesday night. It's funding the greatest majority of the 4 ambulances.
Right.
So each year, there's going to be another fire truck that we have to buy, or there's going to be trucks that we have to buy. So those are one-time purchases. That's what that money is for. It's identified in the plan as these are the pieces of equipment that we have to replace. So it's not maintenance.
Okay, we'll go back to your question then, because what's your question?
Yeah, my question is, you can set that money aside to use for one-time purchases for the next 3 to 5 years, probably. Or you can use that money for you can choose to use that money for something else.
So just to help with that, the reason why we set aside and why we made the recommendation is the estimate that we've given, sticking with the general fund, on what 334 does, is it is a way for us to actually experience 334 and still have money to make the purchases of the pieces of equipment that we need to be able to make. I'll give you an example. This year, we had identified we would start using some of that previous sales tax in terms of what's going on. But as we worked through the budget, based on the budget that y'all adopted, we didn't have to tap into that for the capital replacements, right? So it got to sit there another year. Mm-hmm. Next year, based on what you saw, again, going back to that 5-year forecast, let's, whatever y'all choose, I'll use the 3.499, and let's just say nothing changed. The request was about 3.8, I think, and the using 3.499 in growth in revenue only was about 700,000, I think, is what the number was. So So you could, I'm not saying we're doing this, but you could say, okay, we want you to go ahead and make those purchases, and there's $3 million out of that capital fund.
But you're saying, but if we make those purchases, you're saying we'll never have to make those purchases again in the future. Well, that's my point is there is.
We have a capital replacement fund that we're funding. So right now, the capital replacement fund, how much is it that we're spending this year?
This year, the capital.
So we still have built into the budget. How much? $1.4 million.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Replacement.
Nothing but to fund the replacement of the pieces of this equipment.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing Don say is he would prefer to see the money spent on, I'm going to use the word permanent.
Well, this is not going to be a good example of art center, like it's like a
building.
Yes, or Royal, something that's.
Oh, no, that's fine. I just want to make sure you're because I think.
Yeah. Well, and I'm all in favor of what you're talking about, replacement, CapEx replacement fund, all in favor of that, you know, continuing to replenish that and continue to have that budgeted, not just in fund balance for that type of thing at the expense of having it in the budget, if that makes sense.
No,
I mean, I want it to be budgeted, right?
Right. What we're saying is, because we don't know the actual impact of 3.334 until we actually get to live it. Everything we've done right now has been an estimate. Gosh, I hope we're overly conservative. That's why we set that aside, though.
Right.
So you have the flexibility, like, okay, now to see how the impact is, we can go spend it on oil, or you know what, let's go ahead and do that, because then we could plan accordingly to adjust our expenses over the next year or two as we're going through this process.
Okay.
So at some point, we're going to, assuming 3334 is real, at some point, we're going to actually experience what the actual impact is.
Right.
And then, I mean, then there's always the variable of what's the future of a warehouse going to look like down the road? I mean, that's a variable that none of us know. By the way, it would be like somebody saying, we ought to have more retail. Would you really want more retail centers in your community at this point with what we know about retail? I mean, so there's always a little bit of fluctuation. One of the things that the way you have been operating sets you up to do, though, is you don't have to deal with a big change immediately. You'll have some flexibility to ease into it. So I'm hearing these two directions. Anything else that we're hearing from anything else direction you'd like to give staff at this point?
What?
Yes.
The whole
yes,
it's like a classroom.
Just a couple of things. In my opinion, first of all, the freeze, I'm not really fond of that. Seeing how it actually impacted in California and the negative impact in the long term. So that's what I'm afraid of in terms of freeze. Yeah, we could look into it, but I'm just kind of afraid about, how does that impact us in the long run, right? 2040 might be where we're really struggling with this freeze, capping at the 65. That's number one. Number two, I'm not sure if we actually have looked into this or if it's been discussed before, but as far as the exemption wise, I know we're going to be we're still uncertain with the 3.334, and we're not sure how that's going to change the way we operate. So even with that, I'm kind of on the fence as to whether to say yes or no. But have we ever looked into, because you talked about how 5% increase is only like $29 per household, right, on the seniors. But that all actually only takes in consideration of the homestead exemption of $20,000 on an average home. Have we ever looked into how we are able to do one-time payment to the seniors in a sense to give, have you ever looked into that part?
No, sir.
And I say that because at least that's not set in stone and it's every year, right? It's not recurring at this point. But like even the past 2 years, a lot of people have struggled because of pandemic and the situation. Of course, obviously for the over 65 with these set income. But I'm just wondering with the fund that we have, and if we somehow looked into just giving them one time this time around or this next fiscal year coming up, and then see how we are doing with the tax 334, and then at that point look again to see whether that is a possibility of giving another exemption, based on our financial strength and situation.
Sure. I mean, we'd be happy to look at it. Nobody quote me. If you take 2,277 home, I'm just talking about the over 65.
Right.
I mean, the other small numbers. So if I just take the number of parcels, multiply that times 100, that gives you an idea. That's roughly $250,000. I'm just, so in your minds as you're thinking about that, and we'll do some real numbers to it, but just, again, it's scale. What I don't know from y'all is scale, right? And I appreciate that's where you are in the thinking process. So as we go through it, I hope you don't mind that we give it to you in more kind of round numbers so that we can scale the conversation as opposed to just a,
if you gave everyone $100, it's going to run this, assuming everyone.
Right, to your question.
Right.
That's how we would approach it, unless
Sure.
y'all think there's another way to approach it.
At least that's a immediate relief, and that's not a permanent, that kind of binds the city with, whether it's the permanent homestead exemption increase or something to that effect, but something that kind of gives them relief at this point.
I do know that you have the latitude to be able, other cities through
Other
time
cities have done that.
have written checks. People still pay their taxes, but then they.
Sure.
If they have, and the cities that I've known that have done that have said, we get to the end of the year, it's been a really, we've been able to cut some costs, we've been able to do some things, we've been whatever, we think we can do this, and they've written the check. And I know some cities that have done it as little as $25.
And we talked about, is that going to make or break, or even make them decide whether they leave here or stay? That's really up to them, how that affects them, and all we can do is really provide some sort of relief, and then see where they take that, whatever the relief might be.
John, does that mean that when I get to 65, I get that amount back as well?
We're talking about current one time.
Right,
So,
but how is that fair to me, who's paying taxes, and then when I get, a couple, 5 years down the road or whatever, then I don't get that benefit?
well, again, we're looking at current situation. We're not looking at 5 to 10 years, unless if we go with a permanent increase of exemption, then that's going to have a long-term effect. So I'm just looking at how do we provide some sort of relief at this point without having a long-term effect, being committed to a long-term effect of the city revenue. For all we know, next year, if there's another thing that came up, we might need to look at it again 5 years down the road. If we're not, there might not be a reason why we need to look at it at that point. But we're just looking at current situation and how we can relieve or provide some sort of relief for those that are struggling at this time and with fixed income. Again, 5 years down the road, we might be looking at the same thing, we might not. But if you're looking at how is that fair, if we just gave it to 65 and over, it's the same question, right? How is that fair to those that are under 65? There's always a question as to how is that equate to all the others, and same thing with other services that we might be providing.
The other question I have is those people who are on fixed incomes right now, haven't they gotten a bunch of money from the COVID relief bill over the past couple of years?
I have no idea.
Yeah,
To what extent do they have? I don't know. And even if they had it, how's that helped them? Has the extra income relieve them to the point where they're not needing additional assistance? I don't know.
Yes, Social Security has some cost of living increases built into the Social Security system. So they got a bump. I think as I remember reading a couple of months back that they were anticipating like a 4% or 5% bump in Social Security, as I recall. Don't hold me to that, Mark, but I remember. On the other hand, inflation 7.5%. So, but I'm hearing from a direction standpoint, we're going to do some research, we're going to look at some scenarios, and we're going to explore this. Is there any other direction on this topic that you want to provide today? I know it feels like you've kicked the can down the road a little bit. Yes.
Just a general question, I think there's some here. As we are developing the budget, and I'll use the example because you mentioned it to me the other day. As we're developing the budget, are there some things, as weirdly as this is going to sound, that you would like to see us include in the budget? Not exclude, but include in the budget, or there's something on top of mind that, and remember the budget's the whole budget, not just the general fund, it's the whole budget, all our funds, everything like that. Is there something that we're not doing that you'd like us to explore? Right? I mean, I get what you want us to do as far as on the expenditure side, it's like what? But the reverse of that is you all have different ideas about different things maybe that you'd like to see done. So, yeah, no, I do.
Well, and so that's why I was going to bring this list back up real quick. We've got some things there, but helping restaurants, Veteran Memorial Plaza, Arts Center, legislative interest, are there some things that you want to make sure get in there?
Yeah, Mayor. So, yeah, thanks for pointing out.
Just as much direction as the other is.
No, that's good. No, because this has been on my mind for a long time, and given the fact that we do have now HOT tax revenue, and given that we have a limited number of uses that we could only use that fund for, I think we discussed one time about this, and I said a Veteran Memorial Plaza, would be something that I would like to have us explore, because I've traveled a number of states where the plaza is I guess a visitors point, and that could come into play where we could use that fund for that. And I mentioned to him as well that our veterans, the sooner the better, because they are reducing in numbers every year. But at the same time, if we're going to go and explore that, I would rather that it be placed not in a location where that's kind of isolated and not too many people visit. But the ideal place is where a lot of the younger generation visits, such as Andy Brown Park, so that we actually do continue to provide the history of our veterans who have served for this country, and to be able to do that. A perfect example is Carrollton. They have a small memorial plaza at the senior and library together. That place right there, and it's a great place to take the kids and to teach them about our veterans who have served for this country, and for that legacy to continue on, not just in our generation, but for the generations to come.
And we can do that. And as far as the funds, the hot funds can be used for that purpose. What we would do as part of the process is obviously coordinate with the Parks and Rec Board, because they'll be part of the process, and then y'all and the community, as far as that we have a lot of veterans in the community that could have input as well. So if the council would like us to at least explore, then we can include that as part of the budget process. Right?
Yes.
Everybody okay with that?
Yeah. Okay. The other one that, there's two other things that are on here that seem to me are three, and two of them might be tied together. Making Old Town a destination and the Arts Center successful, those might be tied together a little. And also your legislative agenda for the next year. And do you need, I know you include some money every year. Is this one of those years where you're thinking we need to look at, can we do more?
So just as a reminder, we already did the marketing campaign through the Chamber of Commerce and that was a $160,000 expense. That's going to go a long way to promoting Old Town. And we need to be able to continue to support that, in my opinion. The Art Center is definitely a part of that, and we just need to keep this on the forefront. You know, I had a group of citizens in this week, and I brought up the Art Center, and one of the individuals who was very anti-Art Center originally said, "It's here, you better make it successful." And he was very adamant about it. And it was funny because he was right. You know, it is here, and we have that responsibility. So just, you know, we've already authorized the hiring of an additional marketing person. So we're doing the right steps. We just need to keep it on the forefront of our thoughts, I think. John?
I know every time we have an event, in the past, we've actually had provided like opportunity for vendors to have a booth to provide different types of food. And we've actually shifted that, especially for the city hosted event. It went to the, I guess, the food trucks. You know, and to me, that's an opportunity that I think we're missing, because like when I went to Addison, city of Addison, when they had the festival, they had vendors with booths and variety of, you know, of different type of food that gives them opportunity, not only for the residents, but also for those vendors to kind of test the market. So, you know, with this, I think that it's really, to me, all the food festival that I've been to, they provide an opportunity for local, even local, you know, restaurants to be able to see, hey, how is this going to work in City of Coppell? I think that if we should consider, if we're going to have event at Old Town and with all the promotions and also with, like, you know, Andy Brown Park, because I've heard from a number of participants that also they say, you know, we don't have, there's not much of a choice. So it would be great if we could provide that kind of opportunity, not only for the resident, but also the vendors to test the market without having to spend $100,000, $150,000 on food trucks.
Just to that, John, I think that's a great idea. And we did that a lot in the past where we had a lot of the vendors. Then it kind of became a trend to do the food trucks, and people started to follow where those food trucks were going. And so I think from our staff's perspective, maybe, and I don't mean to speak for staff, Mike, but I think they were trying something different, something new. And I don't know if things have necessarily changed because of COVID and what the regulations are on you know, having vendors out there, but I think that's a great idea. And we used to have not just the local businesses, but we worked with the chamber to kind of reach out to the chamber members as well, because we also have, you know, restaurants in other locations that are also looking to test the Coppell market in a way. So anyway, just want to say that I do like that idea. So
Addison, Taste Addison is probably the event that you went to. Interestingly enough, that model that you have right now, they have used it. They tried a couple of years to move away from it and do a different type of food event. And the marketplace basically said, we don't like that. And then they went back. I love the concept of providing local vendors an opportunity. It's a little easier for them because they have 170 restaurants. And so that's sort of based upon how their model is set up. And the reason I'm saying that, not to discourage it, because if I have a local restaurant here, I know they would love to do that. But there are cities that do food trucks and are highly successful with food trucks because people sort of get into that cult following of a food truck. And I think the idea of exploring it's wonderful. If I could give you an outside perspective from seeing it both ways, it's let the marketplace tell you where they want you to go. Because that's, like I said, I know Addison, they said, we're going to have a different thing with culinary and chefs and demonstrations, and the marketplace went, good luck. So
the whole point is, it goes back to what you said as well, which is that if we're going to have an event at Old Town, and if the vendors have an opportunity to set up and actually test the market, because the majority of them are probably from City of Coppell, and that gives them an opportunity to see without investing so much money into whether it be a storefront or the food truck, to test the market and see whether that is a thing for them to be able to invest in. In the current situation, it's really hard for them to think about going into whether it's Old Town or food truck, and that's a big investment for them to, without even knowing and testing the market. So that's where I'm coming
and you
from.
might have food trucks that want to have a brick and mortar location here. I mean,
and a lot of the events that I went to, festival, they've all succeeded, and so many people turn out because they have variety booth with different type of food. So that's
right. Yeah, I think that it could work both ways. You want to talk a little bit about legislative session at all?
That's my item. I put it on the list. The bottom line is, we've got a new legislative session coming up next year in 2023. We do create and publish a legislative agenda. It has remained somewhat unchanged for the last several years, and this was just an action item for me to get with Dan and Jennifer earlier, probably starting in June or July, and start working on that and bring it to the council probably around October sometime, September, October.
Okay, good. So there's really nothing
There's nothing here actionable. Our legislative agenda is open to the entire council to add, subtract, or comment on. But I just wanted to get a heads up on it a little bit earlier than we did in some of the previous sessions.
I think that's wise thinking.
So, and if anybody needs an advanced copy of what we did 2 years ago, Mike can provide that. But we're really early right now to even start worrying about it.
Any other direction? Let's go back to our deliverables. Guidance on critical goals. You've at least provided some guidance on where you want to go. You've certainly set your matrix and your pillars, and you've provided that. You've had a chance to discuss. Has the last hour and a half or so of discussion been helpful, just to hear each other talk? I want to thank you for the way that everybody's worked well and let everyone else talk. Thank you for that. I think it's and then you've started having some discussion around this, around some of these key issues. So how'd we do on deliverables? There's an elephant in the room. I always show this because, yes.
I'm not sure if we're going to get to this part, but I just want to make a comment on the e-tax rate.
Okay.
The tax rate, E?
Oh, yes.
I don't know about anybody else, but I would like, when we do get the proposal on the next year, I guess, the next fiscal year, the budget, I would like to see at least not just the no revenue increase tax rate, what it is, but actually how that would be operate and how that actually would impact, or what kind of budgeting that would have. In other words, if we had a tax increase, whatever the tax rate is, right, and we had a list of, I guess, the budget, detailed budget, versus no revenue increase rate, just giving that rate only. I would like to see how the budget will be based on no revenue increase rate.
So let me see if I understand. What you're asking for is with that no new revenue rate, you want to see what services would be impacted by that.
Well, how the operation, right? Because it doesn't give me a full, I guess, view versus just, and we have I guess, no increase, like last year, right? We saw the budget for the no increase, but we didn't see actual budget for the no revenue increase, or same rate and then no revenue increase, right? So, because that would give me a better insight as to how, or give me a direction as to thinking as to looking at both of them.
Let me make sure I'm understanding that, because there's.
Does that make sense?
You got it?
We'd already planned this, so we were on the same page. Here's the no new revenue rate as far as the tax rate is concerned, which is impacts only the property tax on the M&O side. So we'll show you what that is. Mm-hmm. We'll show you what the 3.499 is. We'll show you, here's what the gap gets you. So you will know, if I don't do the 3.499, I don't get any of those things.
Okay.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Right.
At least be able to see it and then understand it better.
Right.
So I don't need to write that. You got that. Okay, good. I thought you did, but we talked about it, but that's good to know.
Oh, projected? No. we won't know that, right? Our best guess happens at
July.
It's later in June, right? I mean, we'll have a guess and we'll operate under that guess, but we won't know until they get past a certain point on the challenges.
So remember, we get a number usually in, I think it's May. That usually is like within 10 or 15%. It's a very rough number, and it doesn't get narrowed down, and that's just the estimate. It's not even a number.
But to your point, what we've done is we've used historical information, so that's what Kim was in reference to. We won't have the real or better number, but as we're doing the budget, to the question, and we're going through the presentation based on past history. This is what we believe the no new revenue rate will be, and this is what we believe the 3.499 rate will be. So we'll be able to have the discussion that John and some of you others wanted. So that it's a yes, but not really.
Are we going to discuss, item F, overall budget? Is that what you're showing?
Yeah, that's kind of what we're talking a little bit right now about overall budget, not on specifics, but around direction around that. All the things that you've talked about will come into the overall budget. Those will all get baked in. The process is, at this point, staff will start their budget preparation soon. And then you'll start getting that, but all of these things get baked in, plus all of any priorities that come up out of the pillars and the goals that you set last night. And by the way, let me also add, there's one piece of the budget that we haven't talked about. It's the city just has to continue to work. Roads repaired, sewer lines maintained, firefighters show up, police officers patrol, all those, I mean, you think about, you know, we tend to talk about the special things that are sort of unique. We can't lose track of the fact that there are a whole lot of other things that just sort of happen here, and it's the basics. And so we know, for example, budget-wise, you're doing a comp study, for example. That'll go in probably to the next budget.
Craig, I have a question because since we are talking about overall budget, from what my understanding is we don't have the ability to line item veto in our budget. We have a one item comes on the agenda, you pass the budget. We don't have a classification going line item. I'll give you an example so it will be easier for all of us to understand. This month, we approved a new rec for Art Center for the new FTE, which we did not budget and which we did not authorize during the budget process. This is a new addition, knowing we may be losing sales tax revenue coming up, but we added anyway. So if council members have reservation about approving that line item going forward, what is the process that we can say line item needs to be vetoed? I want to have a working budget, but I don't agree with that because we are thinking about adding additional expenses when we know the sales tax revenue will be reduced.
Yeah, and let me clarify a couple of things. First off, from your budget standpoint, I'm hearing two things in there, Bijou. One is from your budget standpoint, you're budgeting already on a reduced sales tax number. Did I miss that, right? Okay, so the budget we're operating now is on an existing, is based on that reduction. The second issue, though, is that the staff has asked, they asked for a part-time person that wasn't authorized. And so the council voted on that, and those individual issues come up that way. I want to go back to, I think I understand, Mike, how you all, and Wes, how you do the budget, but I want to make sure, is that when the budget is voted on, as adopted as a budget, it is adopted as a budget. The opportunity to provide feedback on that and disagree is, or in those budget presentations and discussions that go with building that budget. Is that still, I know that's how you used to operate, is that sort of still how you're operating? Yeah, so during the work session.
In July. You can say no.
You can say no anytime.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, but that's true, but 4 people says yes, then it's moving forward.
That's correct.
That's
correct.
That's the way it works. So but my point is, when you come to the overall approving budget, you want to have a working budget, but you don't agree on certain things within that. So what if opportunity a council member can have saying, I don't agree with this particular section, but I need a working, I also agree to have a working.
I understand your dilemma.
Yeah.
Well, there is an answer.
Okay.
No, I mean, it's as straightforward. Yeah, you have every opportunity during the work session. We develop the budget based on the input from the work session. When it comes time for the vote that night, if you have a specific item that you do not want to have included in the budget, you make a motion and see if you get a second. If you get a second, then you take a vote. That's how it works. I mean, that's, if I understand the question correctly, that's how it works. But the budget as a whole is what's presented.
Right. So, yeah, so we build it, right? We have an opportunity. So you have, if there's something that you don't, want there, you can influence it there. If it gets through that for people go, yes, okay, then it gets included. When the budget gets presented, you have a choice. You can either vote yes, you can vote yes and say, I have some reservations, but I'm voting this. Or I can vote no. I guess and the fourth option is I can say, I make a motion that I want to move that this item is removed from the budget. And again, if it gets a second and it gets the 4 votes, then it comes out and the budget is it's done at that point. So
it is an opportunity for line item meters, or
Yes.
at least make a motion.
right, yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. But I mean, so you've got 3 or 4 options
People
there.
can, I mean, the council members can vote. They approve. Yeah, I don't have
Absolutely.
tax revenue, but I'm still voting for it, and so on. So
Yeah.
Viju, in your example, were you talking about the position at the art center that we authorized?
yeah, we just did.
Yeah, well, in that one, it wasn't in the budget, it was brought up in work session, and then we gave it the thumbs up. And I know for me personally, that was because it was a revenue generating position that would pay for itself and also help the art center make more money.
No,
Scheduling.
the one FTB we approved was not in the budget.
Correct. But then we said yes because of the
I didn't say yes, but some people did.
4 people said yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
But-
going
Well,
forward,
5, yeah, 5.
yeah.
but
So
that-
going forward, that's what I'm saying.
But I think that that's just a part of being on the losing side of that vote, is that, there were 5 people in that room that saw the benefit and the merit of that position, so they said yes.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just
Right.
saying going
Oh, I'm
forward.
not arguing either.
Yeah, but that gives you.
I understood that. But
Yeah.
I'm asking what, for the budget session, how do you say, I don't agree with that?
But I think in
And so
your
you've got,
example.
there's a way to do that.
Yeah,
That's what I want.
In
Thank
your
you.
example, if only 3 people said yes and 4 people didn't agree to it, then that position would not have, Mike would not have had the direction to go pursue that position.
Right.
Correct? Okay.
Going to Biju's concern there, I mean, if when we're talking about budget work sessions, or even now, we say, don't come to us with asking for any more employees. And if we can get a consensus, then that won't happen. I mean, if that's the concern that they come back to us, I mean, if you don't want to be put in that position of, or we don't want to have to hire any more employees, then, we should make it clear to the city manager and staff that we don't want more employees. We can fill in retirees and resignations, but I think we would have to give them that type of direction.
And you're exactly right, Mark. You can give them that direction. What I've seen work is to set a target that says we're not trying to grow the number of staff, but you want to leave a little bit of flexibility so that because it could look like I ended up with 3 people more in the library. I'm using this as an example. And so you look at, there's 3 people more in the library, but there are 5 part-time people that are no longer needed at core. And so you give your manager the ability to manage within that budget. And even then, I think even the more flexible way would be when you pass the budget, there's a basis of salary in there. You trust your manager to manage the salary and the benefits, and you trust your manager to manage whatever budget you approve, rather than say, hire this many or don't hire this many. Say, I trust you to manage your budget. It is one of the things that's a little different about councils and communities versus corporate boards. And I do work with both, so let me just kind of share with you. Councils and communities, we typically go to the council members. Yeah, we typically go to council members and say, what would you all like for me to include in the budget? It's very much a council driven up. Imagine, if you would, that you're the CEO of Walmart and you walked into your board of directors and said to the board, okay, here we are for our annual retreat. What would you all like for me to do this year? one of the top things on that board's agenda would be probably start updating your resume because that's not what we hire you to do. So there is a balance that happens between being responsive to the community and saying, we have a CEO, if you will, who we've charged to helping us understand what's the best way to use our resources. And I think that's the magic of a great council manager relationship, is that when you get to the point of trusting each other, that Mike says, I need these three, and here's why, and here's how we're going to pay for it, that you have that flexibility to make good decisions.
So I'll just make a quick comment. Since we're talking about the art center, I guess the last time we gave thumbs up, one of the issues that I think that I had was, I know we discussed about hiring, I guess, event coordinator or something like that at that time. And then I saw on the Facebook post about they're hiring 2 people, and I thought, huh? Why did it become 2 people? So I think the position that, is it Janine? She took position of Alex, who had left, and I guess her position became open, or that we were trying to fill, and it became 2. And so I think that information would have been helpful for me to kind of think about that rather than just seeing.
Right. So just for clarification, the position that y'all gave us direction to go ahead and move on was a completely new position.
Right.
Was it that week that the person it's a completely different position. It's not the event coordinator or anything.
Right. But I mean,
But that was someone had left, and so it wasn't Alex, it was someone else that had left. I don't know all the details, but let's just say it was a budgeted, authorized position. That person, they were at the very end of the hiring process, and they found out something about the person that they had made the offer to. So they had to retract the offer. That's right. So they had to retract the offer. So it was a coincidence that the 2 were being advertised at the same time. It was something that was, the other job that you're talking about was already previously posted. The interviews had gone through. They had actually made the offer. And because of what they found out, they had to withdraw the offer and then repost.
Okay. Because I thought that was a replacement for Janine when she took the position.
Well,
and I thought.
Yeah. You only gave us the ability or the direction to go forward with 1 new position.
Right. But then when I saw 2, I thought,
yeah,
we didn't have a discussion.
It was
about
the coincidence of timing. We would have rather have hired the person that they identified because they thought there was a lot of strengths there, but there was a reason why they had to withdraw them.
Okay.
But that's what happened.
And yeah, that stuff happens way more than we think. All of a sudden, hey, you want to go? Will you go take your drug test? No, I'm sorry, I need to not go there. So that kind of stuff. All right, we ran a little long. Any other comments? I don't want to cut it off. Cliff?
You mentioned the several times when what you just said, the trust factor. We all have trust meters. And so, your meter goes from 0 to 100 for individuals. And so I think that sometimes in organizations that I've seen over the years, you're going to have folks like us that are policy people, allegedly. You're going to see low trust meters toward whomever the guy in charge is. And so they tend to want to get down in the weeds, even though we talk about all the time not getting down in the weeds. And so I think that's what that's just a fact of life. And so that's basically what we're dealing with.
That's a great, and so when it comes to trust, there are basically 2 types of people. There are people who trust you until you prove them wrong, and there are people who don't trust you until you earn it. That's it. So let me ask, quick show of hands. How many of you tend to be, I trust you until you prove me wrong? How many of you tend to be, I don't trust you until you earn it? Yeah. I think some of you probably ought to have at least a little bit of both.
So I'll have to, my tests show that I'm the latter. I view myself as the former. So the way I see myself is not the way I view.
Yeah, so but I think that's always how one of the things that we have to figure out is that. And I understand the challenge of saying we're a policy-making board. Trust me, I get it. None of you campaigned on the platform of put me on council, I'll be really great in a policy discussion. I mean, right? That's the reality of it. You know, you want, I need to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this. I get it. The staff gets it. It's part of the process that we all go through. To the extent that we can keep ourselves at a higher level more often and realize that when we are down in the weeds, that we are down in the weeds. You can visit there, just don't stay there, right? That's the challenge. Just don't live there. Go visit, don't bring a tent.
We'll go back to what President Reagan said, trust and verify.
Trust and verify, right. And you know, one of the things I've learned over the years about great teams is that you can challenge each other. There's value to that. There's value in the rigor of doing that. I want to leave you with a couple of last pieces before we go. One is every organization that I work with, regardless of type, is undergoing change right now. It's the reality of our world. Change doesn't fail because of bad management. We know how to do change management. Projects, charts, memos and stuff. Change, whether you're talking about in a community or in an organization, fails because of faulty leadership. It's a leadership function. So, to that end, it's my very favorite quote about government. Cliff, it goes exactly what you said. It's from Henry Clay. And here's what he said. Government is a trust, and the officers of the government are the trustees. And both the trust and the trustees were created for the benefit of the people. And I want to congratulate you because I can honestly say you've all kept that in mind throughout everything you've done over the last 2 days. And so, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you.
Thank you, Randy, for 2 days. Thank you very much. We have 2 more agenda items that we have an out for. We do have an agenda item on our work session on Tuesday night that is a recap or follow-up from this session. So we're gonna move items 7 and 8 to our Tuesday evening work session and cover them as an agenda item there. Therefore, there being no further business before this group, it is 12:32 and we are adjourned. Thank you very much for your time.